Hi! I am honored to bring you this interim news about Free Fire. We all know is a game that embraces changes together with our players.
Today, we are thrilled to present a new design style. Let me introduce the design concept of this. This is actually my daughter's drawing. Well, that wasn't the best opening. Let me present you the real design piece. We tried a brand new way of designing, focusing on simpler sketch lines. To present this motif, we will release a one-of-a-kind outfit bundle. And we gave it a meaningful name. Wow, cool name, right? This bundle comes with special effects when you attack, run, and jump. Check them out in-game. Now, the next update is... well, maybe the Wi-Fi is stunned by our new design, huh?
Booyah! Ha! That was a tiny surprise.
The final version will be out April 1st. Stay tuned, and thanks for coming. Bye-bye. You made a fool of me out there. And why? Why wasn't the second update ready? And why is the second part unfinished? Is it ready now? How's our progress?
everyone, welcome back to the NA Pro Report. My name is Mel Crate, here to bring your weekly coverage of the biggest players and the biggest plays in North American Free Fire. This last weekend was our last chance qualifier, the final opportunity for our North American squads to earn their place in the Season 2 Grand Final, where they will be potentially playing for $50,000, as well as an invite to the World Series play-in stage. So it was a very exciting set of games. 2 full game days jam-packed full of LCQ action. 4 squads will move on from the total of 12. We've already said goodbye to 4 squads for the group stage, and we will say goodbye to 8 more here. So let's find out which squads will be joining the top 8 from the group stage in our Season 2 Grand Finals. Starting off with our 4th place finisher, 1A Esports. 1A Esports has a huge comeback story here. After finishing 15th in the group stage, honestly way closer to elimination than they would have liked to be, they end up finding a top 4 finish in the last chance qualifier against some other squads that were fighting for their lives at this point in the tournament. They managed just enough points across both days, nothing too crazy, nothing too insane in terms of kill games or anything like that, but 1A Esports definitely coming up a lot stronger and with a lot more potential than what we might have expected after their group stage performance. In 3rd place, we had La ONU. Our Season 1 returners did not avoid the last chance qualifier this time. In Season 1, they were able to jump straight to the Grand Finals from the group stage. This time, it was not the case, but they proved themselves once again, proving that they belong in the Grand Final, their 2nd Grand Final in this case, after a pretty decent set of successes in the last chance qualifiers. Much like 1A, they didn't do anything incredibly spectacular, but with enough consistency and enough great kill games, they were able to find their way into the top 4 with a good amount of lead from the other squads that fell short, unfortunately. Squads like Rambox and Dual Kings, who we will talk about a little bit later. But in 2nd place, we had Zundel Esports, and Zundel was up against the ropes during this last chance qualifier. After day 1, they were sitting in 10th place overall in the 12-team LCQ, but they brought it all the way back in day 2, finding back-to-back wins on Kalahari and jumping all the way to a 2nd place finish. Super impressive. The pressure was definitely on, but they performed under all of that pressure anyway. So congratulations to Zundel. And it looks like their performance from the last chance qualifier was just enough to give them back that confidence that they needed to maybe go back to their original name, because for those of you who don't know, Zundel Esports is a returning squad, and they will be back branding to their Season 1 name of C7 Esports. So we will see C7 Esports in a grand final. They didn't make it there in Season 1, but we'll be seeing him for Season 2, which is definitely a beautiful thing to see. In 1st place, our top performer for the last chance qualifiers, DN Esports. What a breakout performance from DN here. We knew that they had the potential to move to the grand final. They finished 9th, just outside of the top 8 in the group stage, but here they are completely dominating the LCQ. 4 booyahs across 12 games and 94 kills total, almost triple digits for this team. Let's check out some of the moments on their way to this amazing victory.
Down to 1 member. DN Esports were previously on 1 member. They managed to get him up. Oh, Chino and Chris both taken down by the final member, of DN Esports, but not sure he even has any glue walls. They're just going to run him down with melee weapons. That's not going to work out. Louis gets 1. Oh, Venva manages to put up a glue wall in time. He's trying to run rings around them. Will he finish him off? It's very close, but Navy Esports are taken, and they get the drop on them. They have the high ground. Oh, and the nades. They managed to dodge most of the nades at the very least, but in rush, DN Esports. That's a lot of damage. All down now. 3 members on the ground, and that's it. Dual Kings completely run over. Oh, they're only down to Mario now. Hags Esports are doing incredibly well to just get themselves some kills on the board before they get knocked out by DN Esports, but they've also knocked a bunch of DN Esports members. Now La ONU heading all the way away. They might want to just try and equalize here. Hags finally eliminated by DM.
Now to finish off talking about our LCQ, we do want to mention the teams that will unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament. A heartfelt goodbye goes out to these teams because they made it so far, but they just could not make the cut in the final opportunity to make it to the grand final. So we'll say goodbye to Rambox, Dual Kings, Navy Esports, IT Official, ZRJ, Hags, and SKB. just a little bit short on the day. Some of them coming very close, within 10 points actually of making that qualification. So they did their best. I hope we continue to see them in the scene. Some of these teams were returning from season 1 and they struck back in season 2. So make sure y'all keep grinding, make sure you keep practicing, because we appreciate your participation, and I'm sure you'll come back even stronger for the next iteration of the North American Free Fire Pro Series. But with that out of the way, we now have our final 12 teams that will be competing in our grand final, and that is an incredibly exciting thing that I get to say, because now that we are at the end of the road after a grueling 192 team open qualifier, a crazy competitive 4-week group stage, and of course the LCQ, we are down to just 12 North American squads, the cream of the crop. So we'll show them on screen really quickly. Make sure that you are in the chat for the grand finals that will be going down this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, live on Twitch and on YouTube. Also, be sure to hop onto the Free Fire NA website, where we will have a pick'ems tournament, so you can line up the squads, the top squads, and try and determine how they're going to finish, how they're going to stack up by the end of the grand final, and there might be some cool prizes involved. So with that being said, that's all I got for y'all this week. Make sure you tune into those grand finals. Again, we are playing for $50,000. You heard that right. 5 with 4 zeros after it. And of course, the first ever North American slot in the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series. You don't want to miss any of the action as we close out season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series. Thanks for joining me. My name has been Melcrit, and I will see you guys in the chat.
I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music
Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America is now well underway, with our 24 group stage teams fighting to make it into the grand finals. And with a prize pool to the tune of $50,000, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Could the stakes get any higher? Why, yes, they could, with our grand finalist winners earning themselves a spot in the Free Fire World Series.
For the first time in professional Free Fire, North America will be granted a slot into the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series taking place in Sentosa, Singapore in May. The Free Fire Pro Series will crown not just the Season 2 champion, but the first North American representative for the World Series as well. What should our home team expect from their first step into international play? Let's find out. The Free Fire World Series is the culmination of all professional Free Fire circuits, spanning 13 regions around the world. It is the biggest stage of Free Fire esports, where the cream of the crop fight to prove not only that they're the best in the world as a team, but as their home region. As an offline in-person tournament, all competitors will play live on stage alongside their teammates and their opponents. Starting on May 14th, our Free Fire Pro Series champions will join 11 other squads for the play-in stage of the tournament. The North American representative will face off against the first seeds from Taiwan and Pakistan, as well as the second seeds from Brazil, the CIS, Indonesia, India, Latin America, MCP, MENA, Vietnam, and the current reigning champion region of Thailand. The play-in teams will battle it out across Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory to rack up as many points as possible with both final placements and kills. But only the top 2 teams will qualify for the World Series Finals, joining the 10 teams seeded directly from their region. With last year's World Series prizes amounting to a massive $2 million, we can expect another colossal prize pool for 2022, with teams taking home a cut just for making it to the tournament. The 2021 World Series champions Evo's Phoenix from Thailand took home the lion's share of $500,000. On their way to the crown, they claimed 4 booyahs of the 6 games played in the finals, with 48 kills and 113 points.
But the Free Fire World Series is so much more than just a competition for a cash prize. It's an international spectacle celebrating Free Fire players from around the world, from the casual player to the full-time competitor. And with so much content, music, and highlights, it'll be a joy to cheer on our North American representatives at the Free Fire World Series. The Free Fire World Series play-ins begin on May 14th. With grand finals taking place a week later on May 21st. There'll be a multitude of broadcasts covering all the action in several different languages. But before all that, we need to crown our North American champions to represent the region in Sentosa. So tune in on YouTube and Twitch live to see who will be winning the North American Free Fire Pro Series for us to cheer on the world stage. Oh no, how am I getting down?
Welcome everyone. We are quickly approaching day 2 of the Season 2 Grand Finals of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America. We are back with a quick little pre-show for y'all to give you a preview of what we might be seeing here in a couple of minutes. My name is Melcray. I'm joined once again by Veracity. Veracity, we've got a brand new special guest here to chat with, Nicholas Full Frontage. Full Frontage, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're doing in Free Fire, and why you're so hyped to see this Grand Final go down.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, so my name is Full Frontage. I am a community manager at Team Liquid, and I also do social media for Liquipedia. I have been a mobile content creator since late 2015. So I've been in the mobile scene for quite some time. And I started playing Free Fire in 2020, January of 2020. And it's been a crazy ride. Free Fire has definitely been like my favorite battle royale of all time, I would say. So it's been a blast.
And I need to ask you, I want to hear lots more about, the growth in the NA scene in particular, throughout the journey of Free Fire. Could you kind of give us like a little bit of a timeline and talk to us a little bit about how that development has kind of started to occur?
Yeah, so like Free Fire has just kind of taken the world by storm. Like it's been around for 4 years, but if you, especially in North America, if like 2 years ago you were to ask like what's your favorite battle royale, like it would be all these names and say like, and then somebody would just mention Free Fire and people would be like, what is Free Fire? Like what even is that game? But it's starting to just take over on such a global scale that it's becoming so dominant in North America. And we're seeing with the introduction of the Free Fire Pro series coming in that it's coming to North America. It is here. And the growth has been incredible. We have partnered, Team Liquid has partnered with Garena to bring one of the first official tournament circuits to North America with the Liquid Free Fire series, which I'm sure we'll touch upon a little bit later. But the sheer amount of interest in that competition and then also coming into the Pro series, the game has just grown on such a big scale. And last year's World Series has a viewership record of 5.4 million peak concurrent viewers, which is the most in esports history. So if that doesn't say how big Free Fire is, I really don't know what does. Like to hold the record for most concurrent viewers in history of an industry that's been around for 20 plus years now is absolutely crazy.
And it's really awesome that we finally get to see the development of it in North America start, right? I'm super excited to have you on the desk because we talked a lot about how esports is here in North America, but you've kind of been near the front end of that, right? The early introduction. So can you tell us a little bit about your involvement specifically with Team Liquid and how you guys have gotten involved, not just in the North American scene, but I know that you guys are starting to make waves in Brazil as well. How is Team Liquid and how is your involvement in Free Fire sort of starting to kickstart a lot of these smaller projects that are building up to just the overall expansion of NA Free Fire?
Yeah, so we had first got our involvement into Free Fire. We picked up our team in Brazil, and it was just kind of unfortunate timing with like the pandemic happening right around the early start of 2020. Our team had won the Series A in 2020 for Brazil, and they had decided to cancel the World Series because of travel restrictions and everything. So there was a Continental Series at that point. And from there, it was like Free Fire had just started to start developing on a global scale. It was massive in Brazil. It had just started to kind of come into the North American territory a little bit. And from there, we were like, well, we have a lot of fans as Team Liquid in North America. And Free Fire is just massive on a global scale. We wanted to kind of start to introduce our North American fans to one of the largest IPs in the world. So that's really how things got started. And it was like, we have a dominating team in Brazil. We had just come off winning the Continental Series. We had a little bit of a rocky road at the end of 2021, but we bounced back, sitting in the top 12 right now and heading into the final week of LBFF. So the team is feeling really good. And just being able to introduce like our North American fans to Free Fire by cheering for our team in Brazil, and then also bringing them things that they can do in the North American community for Free Fire as well.
And I feel like throughout the industry, of course, people always speak about the professional players and things like that, but I feel like there's also a lot of talk about influencers within our space as well.
Yeah.
So can you, like, I don't know if you get these messages as well. I know I've got a bunch of them, like on my Instagram and stuff like that, people being like, oh, I want to be a Free Fire influencer, like how do I go about it, like all sorts of things like that. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more about your role as an influencer within Free Fire and what people can kind of look to expect within that role and how they might end up pursuing it themselves?
Yeah, so I started off as Garena reached out to me and had asked me, they were like, hey, we noticed you play Free Fire. Would you like to join our influencer program? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. That sounds amazing. So with the influencer program, basically, I'm a huge advocate for mobile esports just as an industry in general. It's heavily overlooked, especially in the Western side of the world. So what I felt my role as an influencer within the Free Fire space would be to just continue to push the boundaries of introducing mobile esports to the Western world. So that's really been what my focus has been on, is just really the competitive aspect of it, how people can get involved, giving people opportunities and avenues to grow their career as an esports player and make their way towards the top. And so that's mainly my job as an influencer. I feel in the Free Fire community, that's really what I focus on, is the competitive aspect and getting people into the scrimmages, practices, grassroots tournaments that we do at Team Liquid. So that's been my cup of tea, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And for people who want to get involved, really just focus on your own content. Just do what you love. Upload gameplay, stream gameplay, whatever it might be. Focus on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, all great places to grow your platform and grow your voice, and find a niche for your audience. What kind of niche do you want to fit in within the Free Fire community? And look at some of the existing influencers that are there. What are they doing? Take learnings from them and apply it to your brand and how you want to grow your brand. And that's really the best advice that you can get, is just focus, be consistent, find a niche, and just run with it.
I love that insight, and Veracity put it great. It's really a lot of pressure on influencers that I don't think a lot of people really put into perspective, right? It's you're kind of are the face for a lot of people, right? Especially with something like mobile esports in the West, where it's still really kind of underrepresented. It's still growing, and in a lot of cases, you need someone to kind of put their face up for that brand, right? And for that IP, especially newer IPs. So I did want to ask if you can give some snippets of maybe what you're doing specifically with your channel, with your content, to kind of cater to what you said, building out that brand and helping to put Free Fire esports on the map.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm really looking forward to doing is I'm going to start getting like custom rooms on my channel for people to just come in, get practice in Battle Royale, whether we'll do solos, we'll do squads. That way you can improve your individual game, and then you can improve your team game. Also create areas of opportunity for people to find teams, because a lot of people will come into the game, like they might not have friends to play with immediately, but that's the beauty of esports. You get involved with communities, you find people that you like talking to, you play games with them, you have fun with them, and then you form your own team and start to make your way to the top. So that's really what I want to be focusing on for my channel as an influencer, is just being able to provide that avenue for people to come in, form a community, find people to play with, and just have fun, get practice in, get better. And maybe some people sitting in chat right now will be on the Free Fire Pro Series Grand Finals next year. Who knows?
Here's the hoping so. I mean, as you did mention, I feel like esports and gaming as a whole is definitely a community where, like, you know, we all have this common love, this common passion for playing video games and competing alongside one another. Like, hands down, I can say that some of my best friends that will be lifelong friends I have met through gaming, through esports, and I wouldn't change it for the world. So for people that are maybe looking to kind of come across some new people that they can play Free Fire with and things like that, maybe they're wanting to compete in some of the Team Liquid tournaments, could you kind of give us a little bit of insight as to, you know, roughly how often do those tournaments run? If people want to get involved, how would they go about doing so, and things like that?
Yeah, so we have a Discord set up. It is tl.gg/LFFS. You can join that Discord. We have scrim channels, we have looking for team channels. So we already have like a community set up where you can start to engage with other people within the community who are also looking to make a name for themselves. And one of the things that we're going to be doing, the next tournament we're going to be running, is a continuation of our Free Fire series. And it'll be starting up after the Free Fire World Series, which is towards the end of May. Where people will be able to register, join up. We'll have open qualifiers, so you don't have to have any pre-qualifications. You just show up for open qualifiers, play your best, have fun with it as well. That's definitely an important part to it. And we look to host at least 2, including the one that's going to be happening in May for the rest of this year. And obviously, we don't want to have any conflict with Free Fire's official tournaments and everything. So we look to run them in off times that the Pro Series is running along. So that way you can get your practice in through the Liquid Free Fire Series and then work your way towards the Free Fire Pro Series.
Love it. And those are the opportunities that we really need, right? Because with a budding scene, a lot of times people don't know where to go, where to start, and where to find friends. Veracity, you nailed it. I think we can all agree here that some of our best lifelong friends are coming out of esports. But of course, it helps to have a very strong community, right, around your esport. It helps to have players that love to just watch it, play it, and interact with it. So I do want to know, talking now about some of the teams that are already kind of distinguish themselves from the rest of the pack, right? Some of the top teams that we're going to see in our grand final, of course, as well as some others. I do want to shout out teams like SKB, who have been kind of in the scene for a little bit as well, but plenty of other players and teams that are showing up really often and doing their best to grind things out. For teams that we're looking at today, who do you have your eyes on and why?
Let's see. Also, just a touching point, which is funny that you mentioned Team SKB Skullbreakers. They actually won the first Liquid Free Fire series. They were the champions, and they came in and they did pretty well. I think they just barely finished out of the top to qualify for the grand finals. But yeah, so teams that have come through community tournaments do come up to the grand finals. But to answer your question about which team do I have my eye on, I have my eye on Fuego right now. Looking at how they transferred over from the first season of FFPS, I believe they finished third last season, and then coming into this season, they've just improved their gameplay, their rotations. It seems like their team communication has just improved so much. And one of the things that I like to look for, especially because if you win the Pro Series, you're qualifying to World Finals. So one of the things that I look for is growth over time and adaptability, because in a world competition, you're playing against teams who you've never played against before. You only see their gameplay, but you've never actually been in a lobby with them. So one of the things that I like to look for is adaptability. And I think Fuego has just adapted so well from season 1 to season 2. And they've just consistently been at the top of their game, that they're the team that I have my eye on, because I think they're the team that might be able to represent North America the best. One of the 2 teams. Next team is Pizarro Esports, who is La Bija, who's the champions of the first season. But Fuego has just adapted so well, and I think they really have a good chance to compete on a world scale, which is really exciting to see from a region so new to the global Free Fire esports ecosystem.
Okay, I've got to do it. I'm sorry, I've got to pick your brains. Basically, we all had to make our own predictions, okay? I need you to kind of back up my prediction in this sense. Tell me who you think your top 4. I want a prediction from you. Who do you think is going to win? Who do you think will come second, third, and fourth? Okay, Fuego. Okay. My prediction is not going too great then. Based on your prediction, mine is completely thrown out the window. What are the other teams that you think are going to come after them?
I had Pizarro in second. It's kind of a toss-up between them. They're just a really good team. So it's really tough to say. But I had Pizarro in second. Then I had USA in third, just because it's cool to see people from the US. I'm from the US, so it's just kind of rallying behind the home team type thing. And then for fourth, I had Team 999.
Okay.
I'm excited to talk about Team 999 a little bit, because they kind of just blew up the scene a little bit. They had a really rough kind of start. They weren't getting a lot of things going, and then suddenly, in the right lobbies, they were just making all the right decisions.
Yeah.
Is there something that you see in sort of these smaller lobbies, like what Team Liquid runs, and of course the actual Team Liquid series, where we're seeing some of these developing talents? Have you gotten to experience that sort of development? And because I come kind of from a back end esports background, so I like to see players grow and develop. Has that been something that you've gotten to watch firsthand by being involved in these tournaments? And do you see breakout performances like 999 often, where suddenly they're kind of starting off cool, and then bam, they're just there near the top of the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happened with Skullbreakers. They performed like kind of above average at the start of the tournament, and then just as the weeks went on, they just improved week after week, and it was really exciting to see because it was like, oh, here comes Skullbreakers, they're going into a team fight. Like you just know something exciting is going to happen with them. And then there were a couple standout players, which is really cool. One of the first players that pops into my head was Machika. He was just on like a team with friends, and I would say he was the MVP of the entire tournament because he would just hop into a lobby and he alone would get like 7 or 8 kills. So it's really cool to see players that just stand out amongst the team. And even if their overall team isn't performing the best, that the players can still have a standout performance like that. And they'd be in 1v2 situations toward the end game where they'd be able to just stack up points because they just win those team fights. They get the better positioning. They're able to knock one player down and then push to the second player and just stack up those placement points, stack up those kill points as well. So it's really cool to see individual players stand out, even in a squad-based tournament.
And okay, so I already know, without even looking at the chat, there's probably people spamming away asking for a code. We will be giving away a code later on during the main show. But on that topic, I want you to talk to me about, Free Fire is famous for the very, very, very many collaborations that they do so very well, by the way. Most recent one being their BTS collab. Huge fan of that, by the way. The outfits were actually
crazy.
all designed by BTS themselves. Crazy stuff. My friends are going to freak out when I tell them that. But what has been your favorite collaboration that Free Fire have done so far?
Oh, I mean, I would say right in front of the BTS collaboration is the Assassin's Creed collaboration. I was a huge Assassin's Creed fan growing up, and like just to see the Assassin's Creed stuff in game, I was like, this is the sickest collab I've seen. But one of my favorite collaborations was actually one we were able to experience in person, was the McLaren collaboration last summer. There was an event in New York at Hudson Pier, and myself and a couple of the notable NA influencers, Hardnell, Dadventure, Del Sol, Phoebe, Mia Lepe, like many, I'm sure everybody in chat knows their names. But we were actually able to go out and experience that collaboration in person. There was a fun little event. They had a McLaren car there in person, which was really cool to see. So, I mean, they've done some.
It?
No, we unfortunately were not allowed to. I asked, and they said no. But,
bummer.
Yeah, I mean, just the collaborations that they've been able to pull out is crazy. It's so awesome to see, and it really resonates like with the community as well. And it also draws eyes from outside of the gaming community, especially with collaborations like McLaren, BTS. Like those might be people who are not in the gaming community, but now they see it and they see that this is a thing.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love that you brought up Assassin's Creed. Actually, Twiggy was someone that was really excited about that as well. Someone we'll be seeing in our broadcast today, because same thing. That was one of the, I think, earliest memories I have of gaming was when I picked up Assassin's Creed. But in any case, we are quickly approaching the start of our first game for day 2. Full Frontage, has been an absolute pleasure to have you on the desk. For the people that are watching, where can they find you? Where can they reach you? Where can they reach Team Liquid? And again, just give us some more of those links to see if they might get involved with something that you're doing or something that the NA scene is doing.
Yeah, you can find me on all socials at Full Frontage. I have a YouTube channel specific to Free Fire, which is Full Frontage-Free Fire. So if you look up Full Frontage Free Fire on YouTube, I should hopefully show up, unless the algorithm is hurting me for some reason today, but I should show up. But yeah, so you'll be able to find me on all socials, and feel free to message me in terms of like if you want to join the Team Liquid Discord and all that stuff, let me know and I'll send you all links on any of the platforms as well. I do want to make one bold prediction. I think we're going to see 100 points dropped by a team today.
Ooh. All right.
It's a bold prediction for the day.
Bringing in the heat with your prediction. I'm curious to see whether or not that one's going to go in your way. But I know for sure somebody that's going to be particularly happy with your prediction is certainly going to be Clover. I don't know whether or not it will ring true, though. Maybe. Team USA, what do you think, Mello?
I don't know. It's really tight. And as we look at the leaderboard when we start our full broadcast, you'll see how close the race is. I don't know. I want to believe that it's a tight race, but I always love a good a triple-digit performance from a team. So we'll see. We'll see. I might be on the skeptical column here, but in any case, thank you all so much, Veracity. Thanks for joining me once again. We'll keep seeing you in the broadcast later as well. But we'll wrap things up for now. Thanks for joining us in the second pre-show. Be sure to catch the pre-show at the start of day 3 as well, 30 minutes before our start time. But as we get closer and closer to the end of these finals, I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you all very shortly.
Hello everyone, my name is Porosaurus and welcome to Meet the Teams. For tonight's show, we've assembled the greatest team of like-minded individuals to give you the most precise overview of just exactly who is playing in these grand finals. Allow me to introduce Porosaurus and Porosaurus. Hello, Poro. Thank you for having me. Well, howdy, boys. Well, without further ado, let's get this underway. Meet the teams. Here at the Analyst desk, we'll be going through each and every one of the 12 teams that will be competing in this grand finals going from April 1st to April 3rd. Gentlemen, are you ready? You know it, Poro. Yeah. Poro, take it away. Oh, hey, yeah. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's get it. Poro. Yeah, that's you. Let's kick it off with the cream of the crop, shall we? Coming in at first place from the group stage, we've got Bizarre Esports. Truly a titanic team stomping down on their competition. Now, while it looked dicey there for a minute, they managed to pull through and clinch their first place spot on the last day of groups. Domadios, aka the human highlight reel, and Adiel, aka young don't do it to him, certainly shown through and deserve their praises, but the whole team's composure and decision making is just definitely looking forward to their run at the finals. But not all is safe at the top of Mount Olympus, as there is definitely some competition for them. Fuego came in hot in second place, lighting a fire under Pizarro's feet. Fuego has been, do I really have to say that? All right. On fire for this season, with star players like Scott showing up when they most needed it. Now, they were only 17 points behind Pizarro in groups, so definitely look forward to that epic clash between the two when they meet again in the grand finals. Now, we've got plenty of familiar faces returning from last season's finals, including Club 9D. Now, this team started the season off strong, winning almost half of their games in the first week. Just absolutely unbelievable. Although they faltered later in the season, their 6th place standing in groups is nothing to scoff at. It's time for them to prove whether they can be consistent enough to take the whole thing. Now, the final team on my script is my personal favorite. USA, 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 USA. With solid zone play and a very aggressive disposition, it's no surprise to see Team USA in this grand finals lineup. The real question will be whether or not they'll burn hot enough before fizzling out, as they are quite the glass cannons, fierce on the offensive, but very easily brushed up and shattered on defense. If they brush up at all in these past 2 weeks, though, they are certainly a fearsome team to fight. Excellent job, Poro. Now, next up, we've got Professor Poro, ready to lay down the hard facts and analytics using only the most common of vernacular. Let's go, Poro. Thank you very much, Poro. I will do my best to be concise. Now, the thing you need to know is that it's very hard to judge. This can be made for every single team, every engagement that they fight, finding the knocks that they need, and then you have the... Uh-oh, it's the lightning round. You know what that means, Poro. It's time to keep your team descriptions to 60 words or less, or else. Oh God. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Let's go. Virus Gaming. Fun fact, Virus Gaming is actually the team with the highest amount of survival time. With Grozero in tow, the grenades just rain down on their enemies, netting them high kills and placement points as their enemies cower in fear. Few things are scarier than a perfectly placed cooked grenade. Team 999. 2 words, 3 letters, Mr. T, with some incredibly clutch matches under their belt and 456 points to their name. Team 999 was the rising star of the group stage. The question is, can they keep up their performance for the grand finals? Atomic is truly ready to go nuclear. With Abreu in tow, one of our champions from last season, this team was quiet but deadly, snagging themselves a nice 4th place in the group stages. Their consistency netted them over 7 booyahs, with their Bermuda dominance being as clear as day. Underestimate them at your own peril. Last but not least is Osaka, the masters of rotations and zone play when things aren't chaotic. Any smooth gameplay will have them sailing straight towards a good position early on, aiding them in getting good kills and placement points. As long as they can stick to the game plan, they're all set. Add a little bit of chaos into the mix. Great analysis as always, Poro. Next up, we have the tryhards that made their way through the last chance qualifiers. These guys battled through blood, sweat, and tears to make it this far, but do they have what it takes to go all the way? Take it away, Poro. Yes! Saving the best for last, eh? Well, don't worry. I've got you covered. The last chance qualifier was a bloody affair, but those teams are ready for the upcoming battle. First off, we've got DN Esports, who have truly lived up to their name. Now, we'll leave you to imagine what those initials stand for, dear viewer, but let's just say DN are here and they are looking to stay. DN are not ones to shrivel away from a fight, rocking over 160 kills through the group stages. After just barely missing out on a direct qualification from groups, they're back from the LCQ and they're back for blood. Look out for them. 1A Esports, who are currently undergoing an identity crisis, had a hard time in the LCQ, but managed to qualify to the finals. They're going to have to shake off the shock as there's a tough battle ahead of them, but with their snazzy plays and fearlessness, they are more than capable of giving us a few stunning performances. Looking forward to that. Next up, we have C7 Esports, formerly Zundel, the true dark horse team of our lineup. With a number 18 spot in groups and a finish in 10th after the first day of the LCQ, C7 was not necessarily poised to make an appearance in the grand finals. 6 matches later in LCQ Day 2, and here we are. C7 managed to mount an epic comeback, racking up almost 100 points in a single day to catapult themselves over to a qualifying spot. Now, they spell trouble for the other qualified teams, who will have to start watching their backs in case C7 is hot dropping anywhere near them. For our final team, we've got nothing less than an absolute classic. We love seeing a familiar face around here, and La ONU certainly count. As one of our returning teams from our Season 1 Grand Finals, their experience and knowledge of what it takes to compete at the top make them a deadly competitor. Whether it be Santi's clutch plays or Mario's insert Mario's actions here, La ONU does not play around when their game face is on. Make sure to keep an eye on them, as they may be looking to make a few upsets on the Grand Finals weekend. I couldn't have said it better myself, Poro. Is that all 12 already? And that's it. We're all wrapped up here, so please welcome all the teams that will be participating in these grand finals. We've got our favorites and we've got our underdogs, but that's the beauty of the game. Anything can happen and anyone can take it. The grand finals of the Free Fire Pro Series will be an event that you won't want to miss. Make sure to tune in on April 1st through April 3rd to catch all of these teams in action and root for your favorite one. Thank you for joining us. This has been Porosaurus and Poro and Poro. It's been swell, guys. We'll see you all in the grand finals. I become so numb.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back once again right here at Free Fire Pro Series Spring 2022. We are over to day 2 now. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jasmine, aka Veracity, and this time around for today's grand finals, I'm joined by the wonderful Matrim and Porosaurus. Poro, I'll start with you. How's it going, man?
It's going good. I get to be the monkey in the middle this time. It's going to be fun. I'm really excited. Just after all the craziness we saw yesterday, Matt. It's got to be. They're going to deliver again today, right? It has to.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Honestly, I was asked before by production. Sorry to cut you off, Matchup. I was asked by production before whether or not I was genuinely surprised and amazed by the gameplay and the game style of NA, and I gotta say, it is definitely up there. I'm a huge fan of the NA scene right now, and I'm just hoping that continues to build up throughout the duration of this grand finals. But Matrim, how are you doing, good sir?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving the fact that you're making the migration over here to NA. So that means the fact that we might be seeing you more in the long run. I mean, it's more relaxed over here. We got to have fun. And it's pedal to the metal fighting all the way through. So how could you not love it?
We have very different definitions of relaxed.
I mean, you guys have the relaxed button meta going on. I'm here for it. I'm loving the vibes.
Gonna go more European. There we go.
It's not too
make you feel at home. Here you go. Here you go.
Okay. Well, there we go.
No,
there
the NA meta was there. The NA meta was there, and I was here for it. But if you are only just joining us and you've missed out on day 1, you did miss out on plenty of action brought to your very screens, and you also missed out on a code being thrown out as well. If you are spamming away in the chat waiting for codes, do stay tuned because we're going to be giving them away in separate parts, which means you got to stick with us throughout this entire broadcast. But let's take a look at what all of these teams are ultimately battling it out for and the prize pool that we have on the line for them. You can see in first place you'll be walking away with $12,500, followed by $8,500 for second place, $6,000 for third, and that continues being broken down all the way to 11th and 12th place as well. In addition to that, we also have $500 being given away for the kill machine, lethal leader, and also for every booyah you get $2,000, and if you're playing for first you also get $1,000. I know that's a whole lot of numbers. Quick maths is not my forte, but basically the TLDR of that is that we're giving away $50,000 in total. Poro, I spoke to the people yesterday and I was like, do you feel like the prize pool is going to be a factor that comes into effect for a lot of these teams in terms of pressure on their shoulders and things like that? But one thing that I have to ask you is 8 out of 10 teams are returning from season 1. Do you think they're used to this concept of pressure on their shoulders based on the prize pool, or do you think the pressure is still going to be there nonetheless?
Oh, I mean, the pressure's definitely ratcheted up this time around. I mean, obviously the prize pool is huge, right? Anybody's going to be happy with that amount of money and being able to kind of the difference between one place and the place that you're in is could be a couple of $1,000s. So that's huge. But at the end of the day, it's got to be that slot for the Free Fire World Series, doesn't it? Like that is so huge.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure on your shoulders if you do make it to World Series for sure. You're going to have all the fans cheering you on, everybody spamming away their support for you. So I think right now is where you need to cement a name for yourself, show what you're capable of, and really bring out all of that prac you've been hiding away in the free time that you've had. But let's take a look at how everything unfolded over on day 1 with our leaderboard. If you missed out on that, you can see currently, I know it might be a little bit of a surprise to people, but Fuego and Pizarro Esports are respectively in 2nd and 3rd place, with 1A leading the charge with 74 points. Only a 1 point difference between themselves and Fuego. That is followed by the likes of Osaka, DN Esports, USA Esports, Atomic, 999, Virus Gaming. I'm a little bit surprised about this one. I kind of wish I didn't change my prediction earlier on, but Poro, do you feel like Virus Gaming are going to be able to climb up the ranks after today's games?
You know, anything's possible, really. The leaderboard is so tight in terms of points, and I think a lot of people had Fuego and Pizarro up at the top of the leaderboard, but the fact that 1A Esports was able to do what they were able to do yesterday, Matchroom, it just goes to show, like, any one of these teams in this lobby can have that big day and make that big jump.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we look at how close it is. 1A and their performances just being 1 point separated from Fuego, and then you can see Pizarro, Osaka, just 1 point away. We even have a tie with DN and USA. So this is very compacted at the top. I mean, a couple of kills here or there can completely shake up what we're looking at all the way up to the top and very first place.
I mean, just taking a look at the amount of kills as well, 1A tied up with Fuego on the amount of kills that they've managed to get themselves. I feel like that in itself definitely speaks volumes. I'm hoping that during today's games, at least, we see a little bit more of an aggressive Fuego coming out to play. Not sure whether or not we'll see that, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Now let's take a look at the maps that they're actually going to be playing today, right here on day number 2 of the Pro Series. Sorry, we're going to be kicking things off with Bermuda, followed by another Bermuda, Kalahari, and then Purgatory as well. I did mention yesterday, Matchroom, over in EU, this is a very different style from what we're used to. We usually have Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and then go full circle again and do Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory. For the folks that weren't here yesterday, can you talk to me a little bit about the benefits of having these maps played after one another immediately?
Well, the biggest benefit is the fact that you don't have to wait for 2 more games to figure out what went wrong or what went right. You can just easily mimic what went right and then analyze while you're potentially dead, because if something went wrong, more than likely you're dead, and go, okay, this is what we need to change up this time around. So you just you're almost, you get this quick turnaround that manages to close up everything. So that means that your team can make a quick reaction instead of having to remember across 2 more games before you come back to that map what you need to change up. So everything is fresh in your mind and you just get to attack the map as you see fit.
I think similarly, though, it also gives your opponents the opportunity to read your gameplay perfectly and be like, okay, this is where they landed last time. It's likely going to be where they land again. So I feel like it definitely gives you the opportunity to come back with a vengeance. Do you think this might be something that we end up seeing at Poro? Because I know you guys are all about the hectic gameplay and the chaos. Is it something that we'll see today?
Maybe not today. Maybe not today. Today, as you said, the leaderboard is very close, right? And you know, a couple of kills here or there'll be all the difference. So I don't think anybody's going to want to take those really high risk, high reward kind of plays today. Now tomorrow, that's when it's going to get a little bit more interesting, when teams have to make a run. But today, I think we'll probably see it stick pretty much like we see here. This is what we had yesterday as far as drop spots go. But there was relatively little early game fighting compared to what we saw in the group stages for NA.
So in regards to the drop spots, I know for the likes of Osaka, the fact that they've actually got their roster with Domi from Club 9D and Jeremy previously from Fuego, do you feel like when it comes to drop spots, play style and things like that, that the predicting of their ex-teammates and their gameplay, where they'll usually land and things like that, will be elements that they'll definitely consider when it comes to where they're dropping, their play style and things like that?
I think it would all depend on how you see the circle lineup, because really whenever you're doing this, it's more about understanding where the initial drop spots are and how that factors into the next set of circles. So you have an idea, okay, that Fuego is going to be way down Sentosa, and the way that this is going to work, you know the fact that they're going to have to take one of the 2 bridges. So if you see an eastern shift in the circle, you're going to make some type of assumption about how they're going to make the move across, so that way you can make sure that, 1, if you want to interact with them, you can potentially gatekeep them, or 2, if you want to keep distance from them, you can. We saw that was a modification that happened yesterday, as it was DN Esports that's usually over in Cape Town. They made a shift all the way over to the west, and now we have 9D move off of Sentosa, who usually held that down with Fuego, now moving into the north of that. And so we're starting to see more territory control become a factor in the earlier stages. But the people that did homework might be able to analyze and say, hey, these are some good spots and some potential early kills that we can get. So really curious to see if this does change based off of the research that happened last night after the games.
So what's your opinion on this one then, Poro? Do you feel like we'll see, because taking a look at these stats, there's a whole lot of 100%ers when it comes to their drop spots. Do you feel like we'll see that change up a little bit, or do you think people will be sticking to what they know and what they're comfortable with?
I mean, I can tell you that there's one team that I think should change their drop spot. I think Club 9D. I think they took C7 a little bit lightly, and they paid the price for it in 2 games yesterday. Also, I think Team 999, they're pinched. And that is not a team that it's not doing well. They're not finding success pinched like that between USA and DN. And then you have Atomic that's right down off to the south. So if a circle does pop away, they're kind of finding themselves pinched on all sides. So Team 999 has kind of been in a little bit of a rough spot as far as Bermuda is concerned. So I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of those two teams maybe make a move.
Now, I gotta ask you both, maybe controversial, maybe unpopular opinion and question, but for the side of 1A, given the fact that they made a roster change just after the LCQ with the addition of Vela, do you feel like it was a risky play for them? I know Vela was the kill leader yesterday during the games with 15 kills, but do you think it would have been like a lot smarter play for them to kind of stick with the roster that they had as opposed to completely making that roster change?
I'll take it. I'm glad to take it. You want controversial? Absolutely not. Vela is carrying that team right now. I mean, he got 15 kills yesterday. 12 of them were in the first 2 games. So really interested to see what 1A puts together on Bermuda. But as far as their old roster barely got here. So the fact that they're now in first, that changed pretty solid.
100% agree. There's my thing right there.
yeah, it changed pretty rapidly for them, but whether or not they're able to give us that wonderful performance with the Vela effect today is a whole other story. I'm going to throw it over to our 2 wonderful casters, Twiggy and Clover, to take us through all the action.
Hello everybody, and we are heading to Bermuda. Yes, it is me and Clover, and what another day. Obviously the first day and the last day everybody thinks of as the most important days, but in my opinion, that second day where, you know, the middle stretch where everybody is really pushing just to get their nice positions in place before the scramble for points in the last day, that's the most important time. That's the most interesting time, because that's when everybody's going to be changing things up, setting things in stone for that last day. So, Clover, what are you excited for here on Bermuda?
I mean, I think the casters kind of brought it up, right? The potential for hot drops or to see if teams are going to be changing positions. Cape Town was a big point of contention for a couple of teams, and I think it actually made those 2 specific teams struggle just a bit in terms of their ability to climb on top, start strong. I mean, we go Bermuda back to back. So if you're a team and that's a map that you typically perform well on, and all of a sudden you're not getting those numbers, you go next to Kalahari and Purgatory and you're not hitting it, that's a bit of a struggle, right? So obviously, you know, everybody wants their drop spot. We're in the grand finals now, so we really need to be putting all the focus on what it's going to take to win.
Well, here we go. Everybody dropping in once again. DN are gonna head towards Observatory without we weren't sure where they were going with their 50% over the course of the grand finals. Obviously, we've only played 2 maps on Bermuda in this grand finals, so it was a 50% chance they went the same place as last time, but they did. So we got it right. Nice one. Everybody else should be dropping probably in a very similar place to before. We'll see about that very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think Observatory was the second time DN dropped. I decided, you know, this is a place that's available. It gives us a good rotation. We got a little bit extra breathing room away from Pisar. But a hot drop that I wasn't expecting from a team that really needs to find some points right now. La ONU on top of Virus Gaming. La ONU ended yesterday with just 4 points. There was a lot of factors out of their favor, but look at this right now. It's not a good start as Victor's actually land that first hit.
Yeah, Victor starting things off brilliantly, and Virus Gaming were picking up momentum towards the end of yesterday, so looking to keep that going. And La ONU is probably the best team you could hope for after their performance yesterday, of being able to keep up that momentum. Obviously, it's not going to be too easy. You never know. La ONU is a team that had incredible, kind of stretches in performance throughout both the group stage and the last chance qualifiers. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did pull something out of their proverbial bag of tricks today or tomorrow. So you never know. Obviously, when a team does very badly in one day, you do expect them to keep that up. But you know, all the teams in this have already shown their ability to, kind of adapt, change their play style, and be able to come back into fights where they may not have won them before. They do have 1 kill on the board, which is, I mean, compared to yesterday, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, I don't think they really got kills until we made it to Purgatory yesterday. And of the end of the day, there was only 2. And that's very unheard of for these players. I mean, Santi, when we look at Season 1 of the Free Fire Pro Series, was one of the big pro, or one of the kill leaders. Prince, again, Season 1 is one of the kill leaders. So there is huge opportunity on the squad. But for whatever reason, whether it's this lobby in particular or just something else going on with that team, things just aren't quite gelling for them. And the performance is a little bit lower than what we expect. But that to be said, I mean, like you said, sometimes you can just have an off day, and I feel very confident that La ONU will finish much higher today. And yes, they're all the way down in 12th. Yes, they're in single digits, but 11th through first place, they're 33 points apart. And so if La ONU can pop off today and maybe even prevent some of those other teams from getting points, that they're pretty much in the chase of everybody, so they could just pick one team to bully, and that'll work. But I think that they've got a big potential for growth, because regardless, all teams are in the money here in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the grand finals, obviously, with only 3 days of play, nobody can really get far enough away from you where it's like, that's an insurmountable amount of points, you know? Everybody's always going to be reachable, and especially with the amount of different winners we had yesterday. Nobody got too many points that you can just fly away from the rest of the teams. You know, we had 100-point days, we had 110-point days in the group stages, and in the LCQs. You know, 74 points, that is not a lot of points for the top team in one day of what we've seen so far in the Free Fire Pro Series. So definitely not, you know, the worst possible outcome for La ONU considering the low amount of points they have. But we'll see how they play this game. Obviously, they're well off to the south, which is going to force them up through the north. I think they want to take their time pushing round. Maybe they're looking to guard Fuego into Sentosa, which would be I mean, to be fair, if you want to start things off the right way, that would be a pretty good way to start things.
Yeah, and I mean, even going forward to Purgatory, right? La ONU does land very close to Fuego, and sometimes will gatekeep them out of that position. But Mars Electric, that's where they always land. That's their stomping grounds. And I think the play for them right now is to just walk along the southern edge of the circle and wait for it to close. They're going to get that southern control that they're comfortable playing from. But they do need to be mindful, because 1A is still in factory. They're close to that area. I don't even necessarily think that the high loot area has really been utilized by either teams fully. So we could even see La ONU go back into the blue zone there, which is in Pochinok, which is pretty much between them and the zone. But all of that, I mean, real quick while they're on the screen, Atomic, another team that really quietly put in the work. They every single time there was a compound fight, we could almost guarantee that Atomic was involved in some way, shape, or form. In many ways, that hurt them, because they didn't really have a huge late game presence in many cases, but they found the kills, and that did get them a good spot on the leaderboard ending yesterday, considering the fact that they didn't pick up a single boot yet.
Speaking of good spots, DN Esports aren't in such a great spot, but they do make it up the mountain. I was going to say, if they got stuck there by Osaka and with Club 9D coming from the mountain as well, it would have been a bit awkward for them, but they'll be quite happily in some hard cover now. I think they just want to hold this location. You do kind of, you see now teams gravitating towards these revive stations, not to get revives, but just to have control of that area. You know, denying other teams from reviving. If you do lose a player, you're right next to one. You can just go get that up. It's a really nice kind of spot to have. You do see Osaka watching that area, though. And as Fuego push out of Sentosa, you can see they've run straight into 1A and C7. I mean, 1A had an amazing day yesterday, just taking out these two teams at the top, Fuego and Pizarro Esports. So let's see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, this is, I mean, seems like this fight is pretty much going to happen at this point. Fuego is stopping for a quick loot. Buy area is still available. We can actually see in the mini-map there, 1A traveled down to the buy area to look for additional resources to grab it. Now, as Scott and the rest of Fuego on foot head to zone, they've actually miraculously missed 1A, and that could put them in a position to gatekeep in the reverse of that. So I'm curious to see how 1A is going to reposition, whether that's going to be on foot, on vehicle, or by other means. So the south, though, I mean, you've got C7 to the right, La ONU down to the left. So that's going to be 4 teams all in close proximity for the southern edge. The circle did pop, and it is going to continue out to the north. So that's going to condense these teams not only close together, but waiting for them is Atomic and Pisad. So the south is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath early on. These teams are going to have to work hard to survive the mid-game.
Yeah, 1A did open things up there as Fuego were climbing the hill. Vela, the kill leader for the whole of the grand final so far. The kill leader for 1A did take out one member, and now Into doesn't know if he can switch up, go around that mountain, join his teammates or not. You don't know what kind of angles 1A have, especially it was an isolated kill. Nobody was around to see where it was, return fire, get a trade, as 1A are now pushing up. Can they isolate another Fuego player? Can they get in towards her? Because Fuego, they'll be running into LaONU if they go much further now.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Let's see. I mean, the damage, all of that, most of all of which the 1A has taken, that was from the zone itself. And coming in right behind Fuego, that opening knock onto Junior. Scott, I mean, this is what we were afraid of. And now Fuego have to turn their attention and focus on 1A before they can get into the zone safely.
Luckily, one member of Fuego is not with the rest of the team, is behind 1A. Oh, I was thinking Vela turned round to kill him there. That would have been unbelievable game sense in managing to just know somebody was around there. Just the spidey sense of being able to find out somebody is there. Well, they do spot out the player that they've been... Not the player that they've been hunting, actually. I don't think... Yeah, no, Haxino running down to the north there. They did spot somebody up at the top of the hill, so... They do now know that there are members either side of them. Does put them in an awkward position, but not one they can't get themselves out of with a full squad. Lots of resources. You can see how many glue walls Lauren has, how much heals he has. So easy to fight their way out of anything at this point, I feel like. And 1A, I mean, they're keeping up the momentum so far. It's not like it was a particularly challenging fight that they engaged in with Fuego, but they're trying to push off it. They're confident.
Well, I think Into spotted LaONU from that. I think LaONU, hearing the shots that were coming out from 1A, went to investigate, saw if they could get any line of sight. They did it. Into kept his head down, and if he continues to wrap to the east, he does have a revive station that is still available to use, try to bring back players. Haxino very close to a buy station to buy back a teammate, but it looks like he didn't quite have the resources. Instead, just going to focus on getting a compound into the zone. Meanwhile, as LaONU come back into the circle, Atomic DN still set up around, kind of really what little bit of coverage you have here. The high ground is just beyond this point that you've got C7 at the top of, so this compound is real high value. You can see LaONU trying to make a send into DN, but it's just not to be. Luren's going to hit that shot.
Yeah, there are so many teams around here just watching this area, and DN try and open things up, but Atomic are on the other side of the compound firing back at DN. DN really can't move on LaONU here. LaONU stuck at the side of the hill now, using all of their resources just to stay alive. You can see Mario up at the top there, trying to fire down upon, waiting for teammates to join. Bizarre Esports has also been eliminated by 1A, who are honestly just the beast slayers of this grand finals here. They've already taken down 2 members of Fuego. They've taken down Bizarre Esports. They're making it so difficult for them to get any points, and they're making it so much easier for everybody else to catch up. But now in come LaONU. They're going to be pushing down the side of the hill, trying to dismantle the defensive position of DN Esports. Maybe Atomic as well. Can they push either team out there? Can they get a few more kills on the board, get themselves out of that single digits area on the leaderboard?
I mean, there's 7 teams still down here to the south, and you can just barely see on the minimap. The circle hard shifted. We have a full water circle on the dam right now, split between Plantation and Riverside. So any team that's here, I mean, they've got to finish out this fight because there's not enough coverage or resources for 11 teams and 40 people to fight in this next circle. So I expect this number to drop by at least 10 to 12 players. But, I mean, DN done a really good job holding out. We saw Patojo with that glue wall, using the fence. There he is again, really holding down this position. And miraculously, so far, LaONU haven't been able to tear it down. You do see those nades coming out from Prince, but every time he tries to engage in that position, he's really being punished by Patojo. And now you can see another member of DN coming in to help. But in the kill feed, you can see that work that 1A is putting in for all the other squads. Virus Gaming has actually been split up, and now they have to turn their focus here to Asaka if chase down their facility and are going to find another player.
Yeah, Saka ended yesterday incredibly well with a game that came second in on Purgatory. He started things off quite slowly, but picked things up towards the end, and they'll keep that up with, well, I mean, they didn't get all the kills on the members of Virus Gaming, but they did dismantle half of the team at the very least. USA Esports finished them off. USA Esports grabbing them a few points on the board as well, as they're just kind of sitting around there towards, I mean, they have the zone working for them. They're in a nice position to work with that water zone. I mean, there's no real, like, there's one piece of land to work with on that water circle, which I'm sure the Analyst deck will be incredibly happy about.
Oh yeah, I know Verocity's been saying how excited she is to want to get some water circles. And apparently they're not as common overseas in Europe as they are. I feel like maybe we just cast our curse ourselves.
Oh
with
yeah,
constant
100%,
water circles. But real quick, I mean, we talked about earlier the fact that Atomic always finds those compound fights. They were eliminated 1A, the only ones to finally walk out of this last one. Osaka breaking away, but trying to keep the push coming in from C7. We can see here on the overview screen, C7 has to really, I mean, the circle's going to stop right here, but regardless, the next circle's going to shift away from this. This is such a tricky spot to be from because getting away from this building, not only are you going to have all of Osaka, but you've got Laonu, Fuego down to the south, Club 9D coming in from the north, and all of a sudden, there's just no safety really anywhere on the edge of map.
Well, Fuego are eliminated, and that takes out our 2 points leaders in the first, well, 5 teams of the game, and 1A in turn have also been taken down, so a big opportunity for the rest of the teams to catch up in terms of points on that leaderboard. Let's see who is going to make the most of their location. DN Esports taken down by both Osaka and USA Esports, once again working together, it seems like, to get these kills. You can see now 9D have joined the fight on Riverside, running down into Osaka. It looked for a second like they were going to keep Fringe playing right up until the death, but they're coming in now and they're trying to take down Osaka. They're not giving up without a fight though, and one member knocked down on the ground. They'll get that finish point as well, probably very soon. There we go.
Oh, this is what
My
C7
God,
needed.
here comes
They
C7.
needed that distraction, and now they can not only push into this, but try to farm some kills while Osaka waits for a recovery. 9D still have 1 player left alive. You can see the Scythe actually coming out to try and take down some glue walls. The shotguns in force. Utility starting to run low, though. It does look like Ludos has a mine still left. So Club 9D spotted up, but look at the C7. I might actually be able to completely take this away from Osaka now.
Yeah, this would be a textbook third party. Absolutely. Osaka have just been completely dismantled by, like, oh no, Jeremy's not falling for it though. Swinging around the corner, shotgun in hand. One shot will take out Lectra there. Oh, that's so close. He at least knows where he is now, and he's actually going to join him outside. Playing it slowly. He knows he's the only member alive. Look at this! Jeremy! The kill leader for Osaka, keeping his kill lead for the team.
11 kills for Osaka. I mean, he's picked up 2 right here, and now the last member of C7 broke away from this. But Jeremy just really quickly checking to make sure that as he walks out of this, nobody's behind him. I think he's just about figured out where Jeff is, the last member for C7, and you can see he's got the Scythe out ready to run.
No heals.
Get that speed up a little. Yeah, I mean, you've got to heal it. Oh, C7 was spotted out by Excel. Team USA. I think they might have thought they got the last one. They're still starting to break their tension. We've got this high ground, low ground split between them and 999. Oh, yeah, Jeremy, there's no hope. Sorry, buddy. You got 8 eyes on you.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the 2 teams that had control of the dam here from the get-go. As soon as that third ring was announced on right on top of the water, they were there. They were ready. They can defend this for days. There's so much cover to work with, and you have to go in through a choke point to get through there and actually take out these teams in close range combat. So, I mean, Jeremy is now the Lone Ranger outside of this one. I mean, they know he's there. There's a glue wall in front of him. He has no heals to work with whatsoever, so he's completely on about 30 HP there.
Oh,
I mean,
look at
no
those
way
glue
to get
walls.
out. Yeah,
Oh,
Breezel.
that last one was too far in front of him. Like, you gotta give that credit. But look at this. That was the dinner bell. Team 999. The second they saw that in the kill feed, were like, all right, it's time to capitalize on him. You see Tail really trying to take down Ludo, but has been spotted out. So this is it. This is the final fight, and my eyes still on Team USA as they feel like they've kind of have to set up. Team 999 has to take it to them, and there you go. Here comes that first knock.
Yeah, Team USA have played this perfectly so far. If they can keep this up into the last fight. What's going on there? Makulu is going to go for a little flank round the team, but USA are also flanking round, and in close quarters combat, they're unbeatable here. Joshua getting one on the board, and there's 2 members knocked for Team 999. Mr. T and Tail trying to bring things back, and they make it even. They'll get those finishes as well. And now it evens out to a 2v2.
I mean, finally a kill on the board for Team 999. I was wondering if this was going to potentially be a one kill win for them, but now it's all up to Mr. T having to do something here. Rasta does get him though, and it is. It's going to be Team 999.
The Team 999 steal it away from who was, I mean, the kill leaders at the end. Obviously, Osaka had done so much, got 11 kills on the board before Jeremy was eliminated, but USA had completely had control of that last zone and just done all of the work for Team 999 there. But Team 999 do come away with the win. They win that last fight. That's all that matters in the end. If you take away that last fight, then you win the game. And I think they'll come away with a nice bounty of points. I don't think they got too many kills. I think actually they probably only eliminated Team USA. But apart from that, I mean, brilliant win for them. And again, it's the two teams that were in that last zone that really just took it away. And that's how important positioning can be. That zone can land anywhere. And if it lands somewhere where positioning is that important, it is going to be the teams taking it away that get themselves there quickest.
Yeah, I mean, Team USA really loves their northern drops. They like to maintain control of the north. So when the Dam continued to hold out in that position, they made sure to take a big priority from that. I do also want to give credit to Osaka. Osaka, another big northern team that did manage to come out on top there all the way to the very end. I mean, that was a circumstantial. Rotating out of that position would have been luck and a miracle, but the skill that we put forth to not only come out with that many kills, but placement points. That's really what we needed to see from Osaka today after their performance yesterday. We struggled into the late game.
All right, well, we'll head over to our analyst desk to talk about that one a little more. Let's see what you can come up with about that water finish, because you've all been waiting for it. Let's see.
I was so happy to actually see a water circle. Granted, it wasn't on the map that I expected I would see my very first water circle on, but I'll take those. We take those, don't we, guys? Right?
I mean, that was weird. That was crazy. I think everybody was a little thrown off by that one.
Well, that's weird. We see that circle so often, actually, in North America, because I know the fact that USA has had to defend that location at least 3 different times, which is kind of peculiar, because it's a very weird circle to see.
So that means USA should technically have all the experience necessary to actually defend and win in a circle like that, right?
Oh,
For me personally, taking a look at that circle as soon as I saw it, I was like, there is no way in hell these teams are going to be prepared for a fight like this. And to, Team 999 versus Team USA, that was such an intense final moment. Not entirely sure how that revive was even allowed. I don't think that should have been possible in the slightest.
That's a little wild, but yeah, I mean, it started off pretty early here. I mean, the south side of this circle, as soon as the hard shift kind of went up to the north, was just insane. And I was kind of looking, Matt, we were talking about when Team 999, USA, Club 9D were all looking real set for the late game. But 9D, man, I feel like they made this move into this fight with Osaka a little bit prematurely.
But you got to give Osaka respect for holding us together. Specifically, Jeremy had himself a great moment. Apparently, I guess if he loses the Saitama cosplay, he levels up a little bit more. Doesn't have to go for the one punch that can bring out the AR or something like that. I don't know. But he put up a hell of a show for his team today.
I'm just going to assume that was something anime related. But yeah, here we go. The 999 USA. Honestly, like, USA was so close too. They were so close to winning that. I mean, that could have gone either way. So I really can't fault USA for the way they played it. They still end up getting 18 points off the whole thing. So not too shabby for them. But yeah, again, Osaka, that's huge for them. Those 19 points are going to be fantastic as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned.
Absolutely huge for the side of Osaka. 11 kills to their names, especially considering the fact that it is a mostly new roster with the former player from Club 9D and also Jeremy from Fuego as well. I feel like if they're able to pull off something amazing like this throughout today consistently, this is just going to be only good things for their roster moving on forward. But taking a look at Team 999, 4 kills to their names, but finishing up in first place with the Booyah, giving them 16 points, followed by Team USA Esports with 9 kills. I feel like Clover is certainly going to be happy about that one, right? Did either of you guys have Team USA as your 3rd place pick?
No, that's 100% a Clover special. Yeah, she's all about that team.
Can't say I did. But I'll tell you what really stuck out to me on that leaderboard, Pizarro with a donut in the first game. I mean, they dropped like a rock in the leaderboards. I mean, everything is so close right now that you just can't afford to do that. Like, you can't afford to have a game where you put 0 points up, man.
And, I love the fact that 1-8 definitely tried their best to make somewhat of a reappearance once again by eliminating the Fuego players as well. We had Into and Haxino playing incredibly far apart from one another. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was behind that, like, really spread apart positioning, but for myself, I feel like it definitely wasn't the play to go with. Do you feel like had they played a lot more, you know, kind of united, shown a bit of a united front, it could have been a very different outcome for them? Maybe they could have been able to get a revive up?
I don't know if they could have had the chance to, because I think what ended up happening there, that Fuego was playing the hillside, and then that's whenever we had, what was it? That was the Pizarro 1A, Atomic, Fuego,
C7.
C7, DN, all made an approach there. So I think that Fuego just kind of like got pulled apart, not by their choice, but just due to the fact that so many teams were approaching on that angle.
I feel like for the side of Virus Gaming as well, I was hoping for something more to come out of them as well. I feel like they got the very first kill within that first game, but unfortunately they weren't really able to follow it up with much else. But as we take a look at our leaderboard after our very first match of day number 2, 1A Esports still in the lead with their 84 points, followed by Osaka now. Is this to me a little bit of a surprise? I feel like Pissar, I was hoping to see something more coming through for them, but do you feel like heading into another repeat, playing that map once again, we're going to see Pissar step up to the plate and rise to the occasion?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think it's more rare to see Bizarre put up a 0-point game than it is anything else. So, you know, I think that's just a misstep in the first game, just a weird circle that just didn't work out in their favor. I definitely expect to see them put back up those same amount of points, which is scary because look how close everything is. I mean, if Bizarre starts hitting, if Atomic starts hitting, C7, man, they were in such a good spot there in that last game too. God, it kills me. But you know, if any of these teams like get one game going in their favor, like the top of the leaderboard is just so hard to hold on to right now. 1A has to be hearing these footsteps.
Yeah, I think C7 had the prime positioning as well, landing towards that high loot zone as well. Unfortunately, not able to pull something crazy out of the bag like we had expected, but I feel like maybe heading into the next matchup, the potential is certainly there. Are there any teams in particular you're going to be keeping an eye out for as we go back again and play that map once again?
Well, I've always got my eye drawn to 1A, and specifically Vela right now, just because of what's going on with him. He's making just such a strong showing for himself, but I also have to say that Osaka has a lot of my attention. I always kind of like had a soft spot for them while we were going through the different phases of like all the way back over the past couple of months. And they always seem to like find their moments, but they couldn't quite get their consistency up to a high level. And it feels like they're starting to find it. I almost say that coming into this, it felt like they did a ton of homework last night and are coming into this playing a lot cleaner.
I feel like Jeremy was definitely one of the players that is worthy of mentioning, especially considering the fact that at one point I believe he had 6 kills to his name as well, which is incredible stuff, especially considering the fact that, you know, I feel like Osaka kind of swooped on in out of nowhere. I was not expecting such a dominant performance from them. I want to see that consistency though. I feel like consistency is definitely key. I feel like yesterday we had a bit of a bumpy ride with some of the teams doing particularly well and then not so well. Especially for the side of Laonu, do you feel like Poro, they're going to be able to come back stronger today? I'm not going to allow anybody to cast or curse them. I have full faith that they can do it.
No, hey, they already have more points in one game than they got all day yesterday.
Doubled their points already.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had 4 points in one day yesterday. They got 5 in the first game. So, and you can see they're still putting in the work. They're going out there. They're trying to take these fights. They understand the situation they're in. They need to take these early fights. So that's who I'm going to be watching early game because I think that they're trying to be very aggressive and trying to get their kill points up.
And how about for yourself, Matrim? Do you feel like Laonu are going to come back stronger heading into our second game?
Well, Onu have been having a little bit of trouble, as we saw in the early section, getting dropped on and then had to go all the way to the south. I'm curious to see what modifications they're going to make in drop. So really, it all just comes down to plane path and where we see them go.
Indeed, it does. Well, without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to our 2 amazing casters to take us through all of the action.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, we did just see Laonu double their point score from day 1 in the first map. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Laonu, the arc of Laonu getting towards the top of the leaderboard. We will see. Maybe Bermuda, they can just come through and start things off strong today. I would love to see it, genuinely. I'm not even being facetious. I would actually love to see Laonu come all the way through and get a bit of a redemption arc going. But yeah, no, even more storylines coming through, and Osaka getting up towards the top of the leaderboard now have pushed Fuego down into third place. I think, though, that is through just tiebreakers. I think they're on the same points, if I remember correctly, looking at the leaderboard there. But yeah, I'm excited to see how everybody, because things are evening out so nicely now. Even those top two teams, obviously we expected Fuego and Pizarro to be at the top. They're both slipping down the leaderboards. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, obviously, like my predictions, I predicted Pizarro to be second. I kind of thought, yeah, Fuego first, Pizarro second. I'm still on USA Esports. I know Ferocity was saying I was happy. I am, because I feel like they're playing to their potential right now, and I feel like they're on track. Obviously, as we talked about at the end of that last game, having that Northern Circle worked really well for USA, coming in second that match, but they still picked up, I believe, 18 points for them that game too, so not a small feat by any means. But yeah, it's the opportunity for some of the rest of these teams that have kind of had these really weird early mid games. Eyes right now are watching Laonu didn't quite make it to Mars Electric. The flight path is just a little bit too far north, so they're going to once again be very close to Atomic. This time, though, joined by C7, so it's not going to be a 2-team fight, but a 3-team fight. Breaking away from this is going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, C7 have been dropping on Cape Town usually, but they've switched things up a little bit today. They've switched things up. They're having a little, they've dropped on the blue zone last game. Now they're dropping over with everybody else in Pochinok. I'm very interested to see why they're changing things up so often, and why Laonu are now bringing things back. Kelvin have got one, but it's now Jeff who trades things out onto Prince. And I think Atomic are tonight's big losers in this fight. They don't seem to be having a good time whatsoever.
No, and you can see everybody's already had enough, right? C7's starting to give themselves a little bit of distance. Laonu's trying to break away. You can see that Atomic wasted no time to try and get to a prime position for Factory, but down there on the base floor, Zeus is going to come in close contact there to Kills. That glue wall, though, is going to do Kills big favors there as he's going to find that knock and flush. And there you go. You see the rest of Atomic. They're like, all right, we've got to figure out what we can. Kills him versus Jeff and Munoz. You can see right now he's healing, but he's got to heal real quickly to prepare for this fight, because there is 2 players coming on either side of this glue wall ready for it.
Well, C7 seem to be a little bit greedy as they push in and almost losing 2 more players to the solo push of Kills. Kills probably wants to get taken out very quickly here so that he can be revived with the rest of his squad. And there we go. Okay, awesome. They'll be back pretty shortly, I can imagine, as we saw the remaining Atomic player on a bike heading towards the revive station just before we cut to that one. So C7 now the kill leaders with 4, 2 on Atomic and 2 on Laonu, I believe. But that's a nice balance of things. They come away from the fight scathed, but not too badly.
I know Matchroom was making some good One Punch Man jokes yesterday in terms of Jeff's performance. Jeremy, I think, was also sporting that outfit for a little while. But I mean, again, it's the work, right? You get those hot drops, but you got to make sure that you can survive, you can recover. You can see Atomic got 1 kill to show for it, but they're also a little disconnected, discombobulated. They've got themselves spread out along the edge, but time will tell. They'll be able to get back together, and Flo Kills rejoining the rest of their teammates. There's not really anybody else that's a huge threat here. But you can see Munoz pushing down towards Mars Electric. I mean, that is Laonu's territory. That is where Laonu feels comfortable, and Laonu haven't broken away. The circle very similar, right? Pulled northeast from that position. They're still staying in Mars as long as possible because they want to walk into the south with nobody behind them. They can't do that until C7 is out of this area. And additionally, as too, we saw it last game. We'll probably see it again. 1A in the factory, backfilling that fight after it had been going on. They did it last game. They've done it again.
Yep, we've got a very eastern ring this time. Still a possibility of that damn ring happening. It could happen again. You never know. But this time, going to be favoring probably 9D Osaka and Virus Gaming quite nicely, but not if they take each other out before all the teams get there, because it looks like they're right on top of each other. Every single team of those 3 is going to be, or every single member of the teams are going to be fighting each other up here. as every other team is just quite happily sitting towards the fringes of that zone because it's still so large. There's a lot of space to work with. What is going on here? They're having a dance party on the bridge. Osaka opened things up on the kill feed. Virus Gaming have already lost 2 players. They're already down in 12th position. They'll take away 0 points from this game. Club 9D, quite rightly, I feel like, disengaged very quickly before any more damage can be done by Osaka, but Osaka opened things up very nicely for themselves.
I think the last time we saw a party like that on this bridge, Osaka walked away with a 30-plus point game. I mean, it was team after team that pushed for that position, and every single time Osaka was just absolutely able to dismantle them. Now with Club 9D pushing rather aggressively, the question will come to remain, can they do that again? Did they have enough time to recover? Their glue wall's still up. You can see already starting to pull back as they know. I mean, here it comes. There's the fight. What are you going to do, Twiggy?
Well, they're playing a game of tennis right now, is what it looks like. They've set up their net in the middle of the field, and now they're just chucking nades at each other. And they're doing a lot of... No, Jekyll! No! There's a Gandalf moment as he fell into the pit. Club 9D not having such a great time. They really wanted to get in there quickly, but it's... Osaka who come away with most of the victory on this one. White somehow misses that one. Steve Gray, luckily, will be able to get up Checo at the bottom of the bridge. They'll be the trolls sitting there by themselves. Yeah, the panda backpack. I love the panda backpack.
Ferocity has been selling on the panda backpack. I mean, that's the form of a true winner right there. We're looking at 6 kills now to show for this bridge camp. They got 1 full squad elimination, picked 2 up right there from Club 9D as well. Factory. Look at it. The last time we looked at Factory, it was 1A. Now it's DN and Pisad. So all these teams have been pushing back down to this area to try to figure out what's been happening to the south. And that's created these really strange setups for these fights. I mean, this is now the 3rd grouping of teams that we've seen fight here.
Yeah, and Pisad are having a pretty tough time getting away, it seems like. Venver opens things up once again. I mean, Pisad... Where can you go from here at this point? Because you got the high ground, sure, but the zone is already fully pushed through this location. DN now has a numbers advantage. They're actually going to push for more kills and make sure they can't leave. And Bizarre having a tough start to the day. That charge rifle isn't going to do much. Oh, through the edge of the time turner, but he is knocked down. It's a 1v1, I believe. But reses are very quick. He'll be able to get up then. But it's a 2v1. How can Laura defend this glue wall? He's just sat there. Elian trying to get round it. Puts up another one. But they're all in the zone now. They all, I mean, it's got to be, you know, tickling their mind. We've got to leave at some point, but Laura can't leave, and those two don't want to leave, it doesn't look like.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, I think it's on the idea, right, of what DN can do here, but Venva is going to spot Laura. The bullets somehow not connecting. I think the glue wall might have just barely stopped a lot of that at Age. And now you can see the healings coming out. Venva, he's just trying to break away, seeing if maybe he can get far enough back to get distance on him. That connection is going to hit. There you go, Pisad. Eliminated early on. Now DN can head to the zone. There is a revive station and a buy station between them and the circle, but they've got to act quickly as the circle is closing. And 1A, meanwhile, out at range, keeping that eye on Laonu, who have been here getting one of those revives. They've been trying to get their team back up at full strength, but unfortunately being a little bit punished by 1A. It's got a little bit of a high ground advantage on this position.
This is probably the slowest 8 minutes of 1A's run in the grand final so far, is that they get their first kill point 8 minutes and 14 seconds into the game. So, I mean, somehow I'm calling that slow. That is, that's not exactly a slow start for most teams here, but 1A have been doing incredibly well this grand finals. Laonu will only take 1 casualty, and they'll be able to get well away from there because, I mean, it wasn't really a position that was too bad to begin with, but, oh, Elian has run straight into Santi here.
There we go. We can see tried to get a different weapon out for that close range fight. Unfortunately, not meant to be. Now 5 kills, and look at that. Full recovery for DN Esports. Both 2 players brought back on the revive. Bad Boy Patojo rejoining the fight in. So for Elian and Venva, they do need to focus on getting into the circle and safety. You can see, I think, just a quick double turnaround, right? Making sure, do I need to go back to those boxes? Do I need to grab out any more resources to prepare for that next fight? Because we're getting into the transition where the mid game starting to become the late game, and a lot of teams have good advantage points on these circles.
Yeah, Fuego holding down a position quite nicely now, and DN Esports and La ONU are going to run directly into them. Over the crest of the hill goes Kelvin. He'll run straight into Compares. One knock for him. Not going to go for... Oh, yeah, very low on HP. Couldn't really go for the finish. I don't know. Maybe Kelvin should have just gone straight in and sacrificed his life for that extra point. But at least they do bring away another, you know, respectable amount of points from that game. It's not great for them, but it's better than what happened yesterday. Now DN start the fight with Fuego, who still a bit low on HP after that run-in.
I mean, Bad Boy and Patojo, right? They got to redrop in after their buyback. The problem is where they dropped in is right on top of this fight here for Fuego. It's a good call out for that information, but a 2v1, it's a hard push to follow. And you can see they did get that recovery on Kapadesh, so he was picked back up. Now as Bad Boy gets taken down, Scott trying to just see if he can find out Patojo. There are still 2 other members of DN, but they are nowhere in this vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, I think Patojo is going to have a very difficult time of defending this position. Fuego, all this fight, have been trying to flank around. You saw Compares go all the way around to get that knock onto the first DN player. There we go. They're already on the reses with DN. I think they saw the... oh, well, they probably heard the screams of their falling members and got straight to a revive station before anything else could happen, so they'll be able to get up their teams. But now, 8 members left, and we're heading into the 3rd zone. They're going to be pushed into a very tight space over towards Keraton. Look how close they all are.
I mean, DN, I would honestly say, probably utilizes revives and the buy stations better than any other team. And when things start to look a little bit sour, they do always have one in their back pocket. They've got a player ready to go and make those moves so that they can keep themselves up for the late game. So all this work, losing players, leaving players behind, buying them back, that's gotten them those kill numbers to start. Now they can turn their focus a little bit and look for that win. But Team USA, Atomic, in a very similar position. Again, near the northern edge of the circle. USA is not going to let this go until they clear out Atomic. So good repositioning there on Atomic. See if they can get that point of view onto USA. The damage is going to connect, but they've really got to take care of some of these blue walls first.
Oh, and USA really didn't start off that fight very well, but they're trying to get back into it. You can see a couple knocks for them before a finish comes through from Atomic. And Mudo gets another one onto kills. They're down to only Flo here, who started the engagement to begin with. He could have led his team to a loss here. Oh, Glue Wall comes up just in time to keep them alive. Atomic is going to lose out in that fight, but they kind of started that. USA will be put down to 2 members, but they do get 4 kills, and I mean, they're still alive in the last 6 members, last 6 teams, as I think DN Esports in the middle of that fight were also taken out.
And the high ground, I mean, it's a big factor right now in some of this positioning. You can see the teams that are a little bit lower down, not only struggling against each other, but having to be mindful. In this case, 1A and Fuego for that position that Team 999 has. That tree is actually a helping block 999's line of sight right now onto In2's position. But just to see Pop that glue wall, try to give himself the opportunity to heal. 1A immediately broke that down. They've got nades out. That frag's going to bounce just past Fuego. I don't know how In2 survived that, but you can see it's going to get a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Velop finding those knocks and getting a bit of assistance there from Team 999.
Yeah, Fuego are in an awkward place now. Half of the team inside the zone, knocked down. Into's done for by himself. No way to get away from that into the rest of his teammates. Calvin also knocked by Vela. There, Vela doing work with another finish. Scott on low HP, can't really move outside there. Not sure if he even has a medkit to work with. So 1A are in an awkward position, but they're making it work perfectly. Team 999 in a better position. They get their first kill, but Mr. T is being pushed out of position by 1A Esports now. The res will come through. I think that time turner is just going to give him enough time to get that one. They're going to try and get away. There's no way they can start this fight once again on 1A Esports, who have just pushed up the mountain in a perfect way. Rasta has the off angle. Can he do any work to take away some pressure from his 2 teammates that are being hounded down by the 1A side? Makulu tries to get the first knock, and he will onto Vela. The kill leader is taken down, and maybe they can win out this fight. They do indeed. 1A Esports eliminated 6th. That's 2 games in a row that they haven't had as great a performance as they would have hoped.
And I mean, this is really what some of the other teams that needed that climb to do, right? Punish the teams on top, find those scoring opportunities, and run away with it. I mean, 7 kills for Osaka. They're down to just Imaduro. But, I mean, that's big numbers, not only in the placement points, the kills. That's going to continue to close that gap between them and 1A, especially with the Fuego. I would go as far as to say Fuego a little bit of a struggle. You see Comparish is still up and alive, but when you've got a circle like this, that can be so difficult to play. I mean, the high ground, low ground bridge factor. Typically, these are ones that Osaka wins, but if Osaka on the low ground, I'm not so confident in that right now.
Well, now a couple of solos trying to hold their positions, but the zone is moving in on them quite quickly here. Mudo does have a nice place. Maduro wants that place, actually. He's going to push him very close. Time Turner to try... Interesting use of the Time Turner to try and charge the Charge Buster as you move in. It might work out. Oh, a lot of damage on Mudo in the first shot. Cannot finish it around the corner.
Oh.
Misses the shot by just a centimeter there, and healing coming through from
You know what I mean? Why not? You just utilize
Beautiful.
it too.
Yeah.
Maduro really taking those resources back into his own. And I mean, the second that Mudo moves from this position, right, in Maduro's got the line of sight on him. The big contributing factor through all of us is what are you going to do about Team 999? I mean, really for Osaka, whoever comes out of this fight, they can't take that high ground, run back around. It is going to be USA Maduro, but they're going to have to rotate around. And look at that. Team 999 did send 2 to investigate that fight. So Team 99 splitting their attention between the 2 remaining teams.
It could be the downfall of them, as 9D are pushing in as well. If they get these down by themselves, doesn't look like they are. Rasta does get the first knockdown. White on the ground. The Time Turner used by Steve Gray to get the heal off before he can get pushed down by the rest of Team 999. So aggressive right now. Rallied by their last win. USA Esports eliminated. And now it's just Team 9D who are trying to defend from these very aggressive players. Russell pushes in even further, does get knocked. Shackle finishing that one off. Now there's only 2 members alive, and they're so far away from the rest of Team 999 that there's no res coming through. Now, Club 9D, they still have the upper hand. They can take this one.
Mr. T's got that frag grenade ready to go. It is going to connect there onto Steve Gray. You can see that high ground coming in clutch right now as Mr. T's out in close range. His teammate trying to do what he can. Tail, now all he has to do is just take shots in the general direction of Team 999. It's a 2v1. That res is going to pop out Team 9D. But Tail's going to have to come down for this position, or will he, as he finds that elimination. And there you go. A booyah. Again, I mean, back-to-back, I guess, right? That's wild.
Well, this time it wasn't, another team doing all the work for them and then taking that at the death. This time they actually really did carve out a path to the Booyah there. And a great victory, getting good positioning in the last zone, making sure that Club 9D couldn't win out that fight, even though they did have lower numbers. And I mean, yeah, just pushing everybody out. Taking down 1A Esports was a really, really essential part to that one, I think. But I mean, very, very impressive.
And once again, too, Osaka finding the kills that they need. This has been a great start to them with the 2 back-to-back Bermudas. No booyah, but I mean, a big factor in why we're seeing them near the top of the leaderboard. They came into this match in 2nd place with 1A going out a little bit early. I feel fairly confident that that's going to jump them ahead of it. But now you've got Team 999 who's starting to take that big climb into the mix. Pisad probably falling down early, too. I mean, you and I joked a little bit about Kalahari as we switched that up. I think it's going to mess up a lot of people's dreams today.
All right, well, let's head back to Veracity, Poro, and Maxrim to break down that game, see what happened and what led Team 999 to the Booyah.
999 being able to do that once again, in my personal opinion, crazy scenes. That 1v2 was absolutely insane, so I feel like Tails should certainly be proud of himself in that instance. But Poro, I have to ask you, Pissar being eliminated very early on once again. What are they doing wrong, and how do they fix this as we head into the next map?
The easiest way to fix it is changing over to Kalahari. Because that's honestly that's where they get their money. Like that's where they get paid. We saw them get the win in the first game of Kalahari yesterday. I think we'll see them turn things around here today. Yeah, it's been a little weird. That was a weird fight to get in with DN all the way out on the south side. But sometimes you can't really escape it. So you have to kind of take the fight that's put in front of you. And it took a little bit of time. And unfortunately, they do end up going out. But I don't know, man. It's a lot of weird stuff going on here through 2, Matrim.
Oh, so many weird things. This fight, on top of this, was so, instantly intense. You can see 9D is going to reposition up this. We've got Virus that's just going to get demolished in close range by Osaka. And Osaka, Poro, we were talking about it. These guys are on a come-up right now.
Look, you see 9D, they're like, oh my god, we gotta get up there, let's get these kills, let's get these points, it's easy, and then they come up there and Virus holds them off again. Like, or not Virus, I'm sorry, Osaka. Like, they are playing so well in close quarters combat right now, and it's really been a pleasure to watch, and they've managed to make a big come up on the leaderboard because of it. And yeah, here you go, Laura just gets red dotted. Unfortunate.
Keep track of how many DN members die in this game, because it's a lot more than you think it is. As what? They lost 2 there to Pissar, then rezzed, then their duo ended up dying, and so then the next 2 just then they managed to manage to res again, so they managed to end up having roughly 6 players throughout the thing.
Yeah, they're donating a lot of points to this lobby is the moral of the story for DN. But again, fantastic 1v2 there at the end from Tail. You know, we talk all about Mr. T, and with rightly so. I mean, Mr. T is crazy for 999. He puts up a ton of points. But you can see Tail just as good. I mean, they're a good team all the way around. It's not just the story of one player and a bunch of people in his backpack. Looking at you, 1A.
Oh
shots fired.
The
only
shots
by Vela.
Not by anybody but Vela.
The shots have been fired, the shade has been thrown, but Team 999 are here and they mean absolute business with 10 kills to their name and 22 points over in game number 2, followed by Club 9D USA Esports Osaka. I must say I'm incredibly impressed with them. I feel like they've been fragging out, they've been giving us the chaos that we've been searching for, but for the side of DN, I can't help but feel like, don't get mad at me now, I can't help but feel like, you know, they did come, I believe it was 9th in the group stage and then 1st in LCQ. I feel like there's this little bit of like inconsistency from DN Esports, and I'm really hoping that we see a little bit more consistency coming through for them. Matchroom, do you think this is this something you agree with or disagree with?
Yeah, DN is kind of back and forth. It feels like they are getting stronger and more comfortable in their firefighting. I mean, to specifically get into a fight with Pissar, who we've been talking up quite a bit, and to win with some outside assistance coming into that one. But I'm more concerned with, well, it feels like they have a very good grasp on how to handle what's going on and overcome the hurdles. Specifically, we were making jokes about how much they managed to res inside that game. My worry is with the amount of reses that they're doing, is that going to come back and bite them on the leaderboard? Because, I mean, it's still elimination points going over somewhere else. And that's a very interesting topic, that they might be feeding over points to teams that they could be competing against.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's another interesting point to mention. You mentioned the amount of revives and things like that that they actually make use of, and I believe Clover at one point even mentioned that DN are one of the teams that actually utilize revives and buy stations better than any of the other teams that we have right now. Do you feel like some of these teams could possibly try to take some notes from the side of DN? I know you mentioned that it might come back to bite them, but in your opinion, Poro, do you feel like other teams should definitely be taking note of their playstyle?
You know, they're kind of middle of the road as far as like the amount of times that they get revives on. I do think that Bermuda is definitely their weakest map, right? They tend to turn things up a little bit more on Kalahari and Purgatory. So I think the fact that they were kind of stuck in that drop spot all the way out to the west, they had 999 over there, they had Atomic that was kind of just off to their east. So Purgatory is just, or not Purgatory, Bermuda's just a little bit of a weird map for DN to kind of get things going, but I expect them to kind of pick things up here in the last 2 maps.
Well, taking a look at our leaderboard, you can see USA Esports jumping up a spot yet again with 92 points to their name. I feel like this is not a whole lot of points between all of these teams. It is definitely for the taking, but
crazy.
For the side of Fuego and Pissar, I gotta say, the fact that I had Pissar as my #1 prediction, my hope has been a little bit shattered after seeing them play out these first 2 maps. But you know what, Poro, you've said to me, heading into the next map, we're going to see a stronger Pissar. I'm going to hold you to that prediction of yours, okay?
I hope so. I really do. I mean, look, through 4 games on Bermuda, they've only gotten 8 kills, and their average placement's been 9th. So Bermuda's just been a tragedy for them so far. But the thing that I worry is that they're starting to slide a little bit now down the leaderboard to where they have to perform on Kalahari and Purgatory to kind of catch up and keep pace with everybody else in the lobby. Because look at this. I mean, it's now in 2 games they went from third. Not only did we go from third to seventh, but they're now 35 points behind. So they've got some catching up to do.
I feel like they've definitely started to fall in towards the danger zone, if you will, because I feel like it's like a runaway train, right? As soon as that runaway train gets going, for you to try and play catch up becomes incredibly difficult. So I feel like Pessar, it's a kind of like a now or never situation for them. I feel like maybe after the break they'll have a little bit of a regain, revisit the drawing board and figure out what went wrong for that one. But for the side of Team 999, I gotta say, Matchroom, I'm incredibly impressed with the gameplay we've seen from them thus far. Do you think they can give us that dominant performance once again and make it a three-peat?
Well, they are a late blooming team. It feels like the later we go into every event and the later we make it in the day, always tends to be the time that we're seeing 999 find their successes. We're moving into roughly the halfway point for the grand finals right now. So they're starting to find their comfort inside of this. Now, they more often than not get it off of good rotations and then capitalizing that into big kills. But it's a double-edged sword for them. Whenever they go for those big kills, that means that they sometimes put themselves in the vulnerable position, and third and fourth parties seem to be their worst enemy. They seem to get caught in those way more than some of the other teams do. But whenever it works for them, they just kill all the third and fourth party as well.
I mean, I feel like especially for the side of MRT, just taking a look at the average damage dealt, 1,066 damage. That is no easy task to take upon your shoulders. Combine that with the fact that he's got 2.0 average kills as well. That in itself is contributing heaps to your team. So I feel like all eyes are definitely going to be on the side of MRT and his teammates as well. Because I got to say, 2 booyahs right now. I'm curious to see if they can do it a third time as well. Do you think they're going to be able to do it, Poro?
I mean, I think it's possible. I think that Club 99 definitely got or 999 rather, got a rough start. They had to play the first half of the day yesterday with a sub, and they were finally able to bring Rasta back in for the last 3 games, and you saw it had an immediate impact on how they played. Now they have him here for the whole day. So Mr. T, obviously, the big story, like, yeah, that's their superstar player, but Tail and Rasta and Makulu all contribute very much to that team and to their success. So I expect more big things out of them. I'm excited.
Well, I'm certainly excited as well. I think it's about time we try and see if my prediction will ring true or not. But just before that, we're going to give the teams a quick break. So do not go anywhere. I know people will be asking about codes as well. You don't want to go anywhere after this break because we'll be giving away part number 1 of the code to redeem all things Free Fire. Don't go anywhere. We are back, everybody. Welcome back to Free Fire Pro Series Spring 2022. This is day number 2, and we are ready to head over to map number 3. Just before the break, we did promise you the first part of our code, so you should be able to see it momentarily. Go ahead and jot that down on a bit of paper, on a notepad, on your phone. Do what you gotta do, because this time around we are giving away a code for a Lively Beast weapon loot crate, and that will contain 4 guns. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. It is actually a pretty neat skin, don't you think?
It's pretty sexy, all considered. I mean, I'm a sucker for anything that's purple, though. So you got to ask Burrow on this one. Purple wins me every single time.
It does. He's definitely a purple fanboy.
I'm a fan of like the turquoise color is really what gets me. I feel like it just reminds me of the sun, the sea, you know, fun times basically. Nods head like yeah, I agree. So we're gonna be heading on over to Kalahari this time around. And yesterday, if you didn't manage to catch the games, we had Fuego and Pizarro winning out our 2 Kalahari games. This time around, guys, talk to me a little bit about the drop spots and whether or not you think it will be a similar affair.
I've got to say that whenever we're looking at the drop spots, my eyes keep always getting drawn into Refinery, where we see Virus and Atomic's low ground position. With Fuego over in the west, that means that the south is going to be very hard to navigate. And now, with the new threat that we have developing with Osaka over in confinement and 1A and the run that they've been on, it feels like there's this pinch that's going to happen if we see a centered circle. What will make it I would say a scarier situation than if they shift in any direction, because if all these teams have to just converge, that means it's just going to be kill boxes for anybody on the edge.
How about for yourself, Pori? Are you in agreement for this?
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw Refinery be a huge factor in all the circles that we had yesterday, and that was actually where Pizarro was able to pick up their first win and kind of get back into the game. So I'm going to be interested to see if they decide to play that same style that we saw them coming from that north side, and just kind of taking over the top of it, or if they just kind of play around the cliff sides like they normally did. Now, another team I'm really keeping my eye on in this one is 1A, right? So through Bermuda, 1A has just been insane. The 32 kills, average placement of 5th. I mean, they've just been nuts. They've been getting so many points there. Now, yesterday, we saw them kind of slow down a little bit once we got away from Bermuda in terms of kills, at least. They did manage to get that Booyah on Purgatory, but still single-digit kills on both of those, Kalahari and Purgatory. So if 1A can kind of figure out how to start getting that train rolling on these other 2 maps, it might be GG for the rest of these teams.
Yeah, I think the complete flip side of that, though, for the side of Virus Gaming, they haven't necessarily been doing the greatest thus far. I feel like they've definitely had a little bit of a tough run today. What do you think, in your opinion, they need to do differently as we head on over into Kalahari, Poro?
Kill people. That's it. I mean, that's the tweet. Their kill points are so low, man. They've got 4 on through 4 games of Bermuda. I mean, they've only got 5 kills on Kalahari, so a little bit better. They got the 7 kills and a Booyah on Purgatory, but the fact that they've got a Booyah in the bag and they're sitting in last place is just not Virus Gaming. Like, that's not the team that we've come used to seeing. So hopefully they'll be able to turn things around on this map.
And Matrim, the different elevation levels as we head on over into Kalahari, do you think there's going to be one team in particular that this will benefit the playstyle of?
It should be Virus, but last time Pizarro managed to take it from him, so that's really what we've got our eyes on, right?
Yeah, definitely. All eyes are going to be on Virus and the likes of Pizarro as well, so let's see whether or not our casters agree with us.
Okay, I'll do the Kalahari, alright? Jesus, sorry. Okay, Kalahari. We're on Kalahari.
We are on Kalahari. I am excited because, I mean, the casters talked about this is going to be a big shakeup. This is some teams' strong maps. This is some teams' weak maps. Pizarro's not had the best day, but you know what? They had a great day on Kalahari yesterday, and we had some of those verticalities coming huge into play. So that's what mine's on. You just got to get on board with it. You got to get on the Kalahari train.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things started to warm up for a lot of teams. It's not like any team is standout amazing on Kalahari, I don't think, in the current pool that we have. But definitely, this is where things started to change around yesterday. You know, obviously 1A did so well on Bermuda. This is where they started to kind of fall off for the rest of the day. You had Fuego and Pizarro coming through a lot more. So I'm expecting to see a little more variance in what happens on this map. Unfortunately, this was Laonu's worst map, I think.
Well, I mean, at this point, like you said, it can't really get worse than yesterday. So I feel, I say that. I think they've actually might be short 2 players this game. That's not a good start for Laonu. I'm not sure what happened there, especially since they're completely leaving Santa Karina alone and they're going for Council Hall. They're going for the high loot spot, but that's also where Pizarro drops. So I'm curious what's happening here with these 2 teams.
We'll see. Oh god, that could be that could spell the end of the game very quickly for Laonu.
Oh, nope, there we go. Okay, it's all 4. It's all 4.
There, it's all 4. But they do get to Council Hall first as well. Adiel is the closest member of Pizarro. But luckily the blue zone does extend a little further than the kind of circle part of Council Hall itself, so he'll get a little bit of loot before he I think he saw them drop there. I think he's going to be running well away from that one, join the rest of his team. Yeah, well aware of that position. You can see he's playing quite safely around the edge here. You know, it is Laonu, but at the same time, you know, Pizarro really, really do need points, uncharacteristically. Not keeping up with the leaders of points in the grand finals so far, so they do definitely need to get something on the board. But Santi has spotted them out himself.
It's a good spot, a high ground position. I mean, Santi, you give him a sniper rifle, you give him any kind of a rifle, and he's going to hit those shots. You see, he's going to hit not once, twice on a deal. Does find the knock. This opening is huge for Laonu. I mean, imagine the morale if they can win this fight versus Pizarro. Laura tried to get there close enough to get that revive. Wasn't quite meant to be, but now Laonu really have kind of pushed Pizarro to the edge here. Their only option is to kind of rotate back down, take the low ground, and push out of this fight, which you can see is exactly what they're doing.
Well, Laonu will be very happy with that start. They got the blue zone all to themselves. They got themselves a kill on the board. This is much better than their Kalahari yesterday. I think actually getting 0 points over the whole of Kalahari yesterday. So already well outperforming that. I'm gonna. It's very hard not to say, oh, they doubled the amount of points. It's, you know, but that is how it is. You know, you have a bad start. You really need to ramp it up in the second day. In the meantime, oh, what a shot from Joshua, as Virus Gaming are engaging from the high ground on Team USA. I mean, this is very much, once again, Virus Gaming seem to have taken Refinery from themselves. They seem to have pushed C7 out of it, which, you know, they're the other team that do like to take this position. So they're heading in towards the center of Refinery now.
Well, and the thing, though, about that is, like, even if you have it early, you've got to be able to hold that position. The pressure from C7 is only going to be the beginning if the circle continues to center up in this position. Just to the north, DN have recently left Shrines and repositioned just outside of Refinery as well. Presently, this is almost the center of the zone. So we're going to start to see a lot more eyes and interest coming on this position, depending on how the kind of shakeup works out for this. Speaking of shakeup as well, 999, they were landed very close to Atomic, and we actually saw a very quick fighting. Teams still weren't entirely on the ground, so one player down for Team 999, and it looks like Atomic's just wasting no time. They really want to pressure Tail here.
Yeah, really important to knock him down before they get in with the rest of the team. I think the nade goes a little far over. Abreu gets up top. Gets straight onto Tail, close range combat, and yeah, that's a quick finish from Abreu. It doesn't even take any damage from Tail there. The rest of Team 999 are going to have to run away quickly. You can see Rasta at the edge of your screen there, and Mr. T being fired down upon as well behind those glue walls. And the longer he can make Atomic focus on him, the more Rasta can get away and get that res. Team 999 were one of the teams that were so good at using the revive mechanic in the group stage. I think it's been a little less utilized in the grand finals so far because of teams just adapting to defending those kind of revive stations a little better now, but they were definitely one of the teams that utilized it the most in the group stage.
And this is what I do like to see from Atomic as well, right? It's if anything is ever in a place where like, all right, we're now uncomfortable. They've given that distance. Rasta ran away. They didn't fully chase after him, exhaust those resources. Instead, they're like, all right, let's hold this position. It's a good place to be. We can work on our recovery and see where the circle's going to take us. This is on the edge of the playable zone. So even if the circle hard shifts down to the south, they eventually are going to have to move away from this road. But you can see Rasta goes straight for the revive station, throws up a glue wall just in case anybody up in Santa Clarita has eyes on this. So we should see a fullback team 999 here in a moment. But DN, I mean, we talked about that restructure. They sent it pretty quickly. The kill feed lit up, and that was C7 at the end of their barrel here. Now they've got their attention turned a little bit more towards Virus Gaming, but they've got to be careful because Virus still has that high ground in this position.
Yeah, they have taken it quite well. I mean, C7 became so accustomed to having full control of Refinery in the LCQs. Obviously, there were less teams in the kind of matchups that they had, less variants. Oh, what a nade from Vela! He's great with the guns, but he's also amazing with the throwables apparently, and he gets another one. He's got 3 knocks onto USA Esports already, looking to finish it off with a flush on all of them. Excel's going to have to run well away from that team to even have a chance of reviving them, because that happened so quickly. And here's Fuego and Atomic going at it now. Atomic trying to push the momentum they had from taking down the team earlier. Oh, and look at that. Flo gets 2 with the scythe.
Oh,
Calvin fires back. Camparas as well. But Atomic have already started things off so well that I think Fuego are going to be completely out of this. Calvin! Here we go! Can he bring it back by himself?
Oh, that glue wall. He left just an edge of it in, and look at
Oh,
that.
no!
Oh, Flo actually managed to creep in on the side of the glue wall. Calvin just had it at too far of an angle, and this will be an easy recovery now. Should get that res on kills, but you can see real quickly, just trying to pick up as many resources as they can from those bodies. And traditionally in the past, we've said before, Fuego's weakest of their 3 maps is Kalahari. So if you're a team that's in the chase versus Fuego, this is where you want to take that advantage of them as early as you can, right? Show your cards, get those kills, and that's exactly what we saw there from Todd.
Yep. I think I'm a sucker. They got themselves a relatively good finish on one of the Kalahari games yesterday by just sitting under Refinery and defending that position well from the teams that had to push in. And we have got another central zone moving in here. So Virus Gaming are first off going to be very happy with their position. But everybody else has to move in now, and everybody now realizing that Refinery is going to be a hotspot for these final engagements in the fight. Laonu also trying to take position. They're just at the bottom of the mountain there. They're kind of waiting for their moment. They don't have to push too far up because the zone currently encapsulates their position. Everybody now slowly moves in, and I think we're going to get a fight between 9D and DN over towards the south of the zone there as they try and take position towards Refinery now.
And there you go. I mean, just about everybody, right, in the zone. Pisada has north out to themselves. 999 did get that full recovery. We could see all 4 of them up coming in through command posts. And there's still so many revive stations yet to be unused. Tech Club 9D have one near them. You can see Atomic starting to make a move towards another with the buy station just beyond that point 1A. Could potentially use that position as well. And so there's these resources that are available given the way that the map has gone. Now, if we pull away from Refinery and go towards that high ground that DN Esports and potentially even 1A are playing from, that could really shake things up without the cover of Refinery, but still having that high ground, low ground verticality in terms of the fight in the late game. So things to keep in mind, and probably one of the reasons why we're seeing a team like Pisada hold back a little bit, right? They don't want to lock themselves into one position or the other for fear of not being able to rotate out of that position in the late game.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of this kind of hesitancy to move in towards other teams right now. Oh, nades coming in from Atomic. They started things off well for themselves, and now they're taking the fight to 1A Esports, who's probably one of the hardest to dismantle here. Maybe not their best map, Kalahari, but at the same time, they're still a ferocious opponent. We saw how they dismantled some teams earlier. So, should they be able to defend this position here? Probably. They do have the numbers advantage. They do have a nice amount of hard cover to work with, a lot of resources, and we know how lethal Vela is in these kinds of fights.
Ooh. I mean, the idea here is right, like get as much distance between yourselves and them with coverage and that ability for escape, right? This is what Atomic's doing right now. They're trying to make sure that they've got that exit plan in their back pocket, but you can also see 1A is chasing, and this is what they've done every match, right? They get their eyes locked and loaded. They all focus on their firepower to take down a player at a time, and it's what's made them so deadly because they really overwhelm the other team. But I think Atomic read this position well. They weren't comfortable with where they were at. They said, now if we can make it to this other compound, that gives us more options, more resources to give ourselves that defense. And at 1A, they're like, yeah, all right, y'all are there. We're going to sit here for a little bit, but we know where you are. So that for the time being has at least got 1A off their back. But yeah, I mean, here you go. You pointed out the Osaka playing this position. This is a prime example of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this to what... I mean, there's massive amounts of high cover below. People don't really think about it, because obviously that big refinery position up top is so enticing, but you can work with a lot of these pillars here to be able to just defend this area, and if the zone is landing on refinery, then it's also going to land on you below refinery, so you can really start... Maybe you have less chance of winning the final fight in that engagement, but you can definitely get yourself a nice second place before that team up top has to engage with you after that one. But
I mean, this is what I was worried about, the circle pulling away from refinery, having still that high ground low ground separation into play. But for teams like Atomic and 1A, I feel like they're in a great position here. They've just got to be worried about teams like DN and Pisad, who will play the high ground from this. Pisad could potentially rotate back down, take that warehouse that 1A have actually pushed out of. But for everybody else, La ONU, Osaka, Virus Gaming, who are going to rotate into this late, Team 999, they're really going to lose out on some of those priority compounds and have to take the fight close range to each other. As you can see, that's exactly what's happening here with Osaka versus La ONU.
Yeah, awkward for both teams. They both had to rotate out from their preferred position below refinery, and because they're below refinery now, there's no real way of getting out of there. There's so many ropes going down from the top of refinery, but there's nothing for the teams that are below it. Kelvin starts off the fight with a knock. Oh, and Juanpi trying to get in and get some trades really well for his team, and there's Jeremy with his sniper rifle putting in the work from longer range, and Osaka, here is just the absolute ability of them in the close range fights. Juanpi gets another one, Mario with a trade onto Dobby. But at this point, reses are coming through from Osaka. That was a risky one.
I don't think I've ever seen a res done with camouflage currently active. But look at that. Laoni is going to get taken down. This is great recovery here from Osaka.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. They win out the fight. Not what they wanted in the kind of later game area, but I mean, down to 2 players now. But they do get the kills that they were looking for in that fight at the very least. Virus Gaming, very unfortunately, had to completely give up their location on refinery. Now they have the low ground against Team 999, who have positioned themselves perfectly coming into this last phase of the game. Oh, nades going through as well do a lot, but Diablo fires back. Oh my god! Mr. T! What the hell is that? Oh my god, Team 999 putting the high ground to good use there. 1 nade and 1 shot to the dome completely finishes off Virus Gaming, who were looking so good going into this area. DN Esports take out the remnants of Osaka as well.
And again, just quick focus on the revise, quick focus on keeping the team strength alive. They've got good control of the edge, the high ground. I mean, holding on to this for as long as possible is key here. And you can see Pisad already have their eyes on this, right? They don't have the high ground anymore. They don't have the edge to play from where they can really look down on position. Try to take that away from DN, but unfortunately, Double Deals is going to get knocked down immediately. They're trying to hold on to this coverage, but Elian, Venva, they're really making this hard for Pisad.
Yeah, they have a very awkward position, a little bit of cover to work with, but without that high ground, they're fighting an uphill battle quite literally. They've got some knocks, and Venva will be picked up eventually there by Bad Boy. But they still need to move. They're outside of the next zone. They need to get in close, and the amount of glue walls they have is dwindling as they push further forward, and they need to time the glue walls perfectly as well to get themselves any position now, and DN Esports are taking care of that. They're taking advantage of the situation that they found themselves in. 2 flushes already, 1 knock, there's the 3rd flush, and Domadias has to, well, put it all on his shoulders. He's down to 10 HP and running away for his life. But 9D will catch him in the end and finish off Bizarre Esports in 6th position.
9 kills for DN, but I mean, hold on to that thought, right? Because Atomic's been taking this fight with 1A for quite some time. And again, Atomic inside of a close quarters in any compound, you've got to be really careful on what you allow them to accomplish. As you saw what happened with Flo and that glue wall earlier, but look at range, Mr. T with more nades. He just can't stop with these kills.
And yeah, as we move in now, it's getting closer and closer. And I mean, Atomic, who I think Deca actually earlier on. Oh, well, I mean, DN Esports from long range. I've got such a nice position now. Knocked himself with his grenade launcher, but that's enough to do the work, and his teammates are always there to back him up. This is a well-balanced team, I think, Atomic, in that they all really get involved in the wherever they need to do a lot of damage between each other. They don't have one person doing all the work for them. Tail knocked now by DN Esports. That high ground is doing so much work for them.
I mean, I'm scary for a moment. Could 999 potentially get a 3-peat? They've got 3 players still up and standing. Rasta not at any point of recovery right now, but DN no longer have that high ground, so they're really at high chance for being punished from Team 9D, who still have a compound in. You can see 999 actually is going to land another nade, taking out 2 members of Atomic. The quadra kill. Mr. T just keeps it coming with that utility.
I mean, Mr. T, I think, now has 5 kills with the grenades alone. And also just got himself that final flush on the team. Atomic looked like they were going to do incredibly well there, but Team 999 so good at displacing other teams, it seems like they might be looking to get their 3-peat in the first half of the day. 3 for 3, it might be. But DN Esports don't want to let that happen, and nor do Club 9D. Club 9D have a house to themselves, but it's just outside this next zone, so they need to move in closer. They don't have any cover to work with. DN Esports hiding behind a tree and a couple of boxes here. There's nothing more than that, so everybody's going to need to get some glue walls up, apart from Team 999, who don't need to put anything up. They've got the hard cover to themselves.
Yeah, and they've got that wall right in front of them as well. So DN, the big issue here, obviously, is that they're in throwable range, but I've kind of got to wonder what Mr. T has left in the bag, if he's used all of his nades or if he's just saving them for that final fight to get across those close range glue walls. 9D, you can see, is slowly creeping up, but the second they put a glue wall up, it's taken right back down. There you have it. Another player gets picked up with Hulu. It's only down to Whites. And Steve, still, I mean, there you go. Mr. T, he's going to close in the range, right? Try to stay ahead of the blue, use what's left of that wall, and see if he can get in utility range now, as it's down to anybody's game here.
They can simultaneously move in and just dismantle entire teams. DN Esports is eliminated eventually. It's just White left. It's Team 999 with the 3-peat.
Absolutely insane. I mean, we anticipated this booyah. The potential was here. They set up for the late game. They had the good eyes on every team around them. They utilized utility to the max, found kills, kept the pressure. And as that zone closed in, nobody else had anywhere to go, and 999 was ready to fight. Absolutely wild. Yesterday, we only had one team that had 2 booyahs. That was Fuego, a booyah on 2 different maps. 999, 3 in a row. I mean, that's insane. I can't think of the last time we've had that happen.
Yeah, and they'd had such a, middling performance yesterday. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't incredible either. They weren't in that top 5. They weren't pushing for top positions. But after the start of today, I don't think there's any other way of looking at it. They will be one of the top contenders for that top position going into the 3rd day. And maybe this is kind of the fatigue of the tournament starting to set in for some of these teams. 2nd day, you don't really push for anything. There's no goal to try and get through. So kind of you slow down a little bit, and it seems like that's what's happening for some of these top teams here. 1A Esports haven't had an amazing performance today yet whatsoever. Team 999 taking great advantage of it.
Absolutely. And now the question is, can they be stopped? That's going to be a gigantic leap for them on the leaderboard. I know the analysts are probably itching to break that down, because there is just so much to unpack here in terms of teams that had great performance yesterday that are faltering today, and now the opposite. The teams that were struggling yesterday, finding their footing and really running away with the lobby. And at this point, I mean, we're now considerably at the halfway. We're a day and a half in. We've got a day and a half left till the grand finals are over. And it's just starting to give us the idea of what to expect from that winning team.
Yeah, well, we are now halfway through, as Clover said. So let's head back to our beautiful analyst desk to break down what's going to be happening for the rest of the tournament, hopefully.
What's happening for the rest of the tournament? Well, if that game was anything to go by, then Team 999 are just gonna do Team 999 things. I feel like by the end of the day, they're gonna end up with 999 kills to their name, because I feel like this is a dominant performance we've been seeing from them. They got the 3-peat. I don't want to say I contributed to that, but I might have contributed to that.
Don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. But I mean, like, no, it's been crazy what they've been able to do so far today. And the grenades from Mr. T, Matrim. The grenades
my God.
from Mr. T.
I have to ask you, Matrim, I have to ask you, what was it that actually enabled them to do that? Of course, Mr. T having all of that utility, huge feat in its own, but I feel like, was there a mistake in particular that their opponents made that enabled that to happen?
Don't group up whenever you're below somebody that has nades. That's usually the key factor for it. Having 3 members right there, you see,
Where's
gets
the
connected
time turner?
Do something goes down, and before they even had a chance to respond, the follow-up nade coming out. I mean, Mr. T out here pitying no one.
Oh, nice. Boomer jokes.
I know.
We got him.
Gotta squeeze him in there. I'm kind of upset the fact that he doesn't have like any chains in his picture. Like, how do you name yourself Mr. T? And in the picture that you send in, you don't have like a single gold chain on.
Look, if 999 when 999 makes it to the World Series, then make sure we get him a couple of chains. We'll get him a nice Cuban link. It'll be nice. But dude, once again though, 999 just cleaning up here at the end too. It's just been great teamwork all the way around for these guys, and that's what's getting me the most excited about it, is that any single one of them is capable of pulling off that clutch.
And you know what? For the side of Pissar, we said that this could be
I don't want to talk about them anymore.
moment. I feel, yeah.
They're done. Stick a fork in
No,
them.
come on.
No, I'm just kidding.
There's still hope. There's definitely still hope for them, but 0 kills to their name? For me, that's a little bit unacceptable, especially when you're the likes of Pissar, but even more so Fuego. Where did they go wrong?
Hey, I gotta say, it feels like if you didn't play in the LCQ, you didn't get the opportunity that everybody else had to have some level of growth. Because whenever we're looking at teams like, I mean, 1A, most notably with bringing in Vela, I believe that DN also played through the LCQ, if I'm remembering correctly, and we're seeing a big blow up from them. I mean, Team 99 rocking 3 9s and 3 wins at this stage, but they've been on a come up. We talk about momentum teams a lot, and it always feels like Team 999 is always in a momentum position. If they can start to like escalate this up, it feels like you just have to stomp them down so hard that it has to be like 2 games in a row before they feel like they might be losing their touch.
I think I cracked the code of Free Fire, by the way. If you have a 9 in your team name, that guarantees you success. You're welcome. That top tip was, for me, it's free. Go ahead and use it. This is where everybody rebrands their team name to like 9999999 and just hopes that that will work out for them. But taking a look at the kills, you can see we got 7, 6, 4, 3, and 3. And I love the fact that the Atomic Boys are on here. 2 of their players making it to the top 5 cut. This is really great stuff, but even more so MRT, the play that we spoke about previously, over 1,000 damage dealt over in the previous game, and now I feel like he's snowballing, doing it all over again, securing himself 7 kills for his team. Is that a team that you were kind of expecting or hoping to see in and amongst this top fragging kill leaderboard?
I know you were looking at Atomic, Matrim.
Yes, especially in the early game. Good to see them on the kill list. The fact that they know that they need to climb, they managed to pick up some kills there, and they are still within touching range of a lot of this leaderboard. But Team 99 and 1A, as well as Osaka to some degree, are starting to feel like they're getting a lead up on everybody. And I gotta say, I'm very surprised by it being those 3 with no mention of Fuego or even Pissar in this list, bro. I am still dumbfounded.
A little weird.
I'm honestly mesmerized by the growth and progression that Team 999 have shown us throughout today. Fuego is just going to keep on dropping in the ranks. Same goes for Pissarro as well. Virus Gaming, though, we did mention that this was their opportunity to maybe fight back, show us a little bit of something, but I just feel like the aggression that Team 999 and the confidence that they're showing is just going to continue spiraling for them. How do you counter this, though? Like, if you're in this situation, if you're playing against them, what are your words of wisdom when it comes to taking on the likes of Team 999?
I mean, you gotta look at it as one game at a time, right? You can't look at the overall leaderboard, not yet, anyway. Just if you have a bad game, if you have a poor game, I mean, these guys know, they're smart enough, they played enough. They know that when things aren't clicking the way they probably should be. So just take it one game at a time. Turn things around this next one, and just try to turn one good performance into two. That's all you can really do at this point.
And how about for yourself, Matchroom, if you had words of wisdom or something to help some of these teams moving on throughout this tournament?
Do what Osaka is doing. Notice everybody else around them has some booyahs. They don't. They're doing it off of consistent performance. They're making it into the late game. And they want a booyah, but just the fact that they're capable of maintaining high kill counts and maintaining a later stage in placement means the fact that they're not as reliant on those booyahs to get those positions. Because if you look at it around them, that just shows that how often they are in the late game, that it's only people that are getting that extra couple of points with booyahs that are in the competition around them.
Yeah, I feel like Osaka are also one of those teams that are giving us a very dominant performance from them. But something else that I wanted to pick you guys' brains about was the fact that a lot of our teams had actually placed all of their, placing all of their eggs in one basket kind of situation when it came to rotating towards refinery. They had almost guaranteed themselves and reassured themselves that the end zone would be towards refinery. But as soon as that zone ended up moving, you could see the rotation coming out from, I believe it was 3 of the teams being forced to rotate away from there. In your opinion, how early on is it that you should really be trying to make a prediction of where the end zone is going to be? Because for myself personally, I was incredibly surprised to see 3 of our teams had almost tried to predict it and placed all of their eggs in one basket.
I mean, I think that was the right call. We've seen so many times that the circle does end kind of on top of refinery. It has refinery in it. So that was just a really brutal, hard shift kind of away from everything. So I don't think anybody was really expecting that. There wasn't really anything they could do, honestly. So you got to kind of wash your hands of it and move on. Now, a little bit worried that Pizarro was actually in a pretty good spot to do a little gatekeeping, and they ended up going down. But it's been a tough day. We'll see if they can rebound.
It's been a tough day, but do you think exhaustion is going to be something that's factoring into this match before we get things started?
No, I mean, it's just about, I'm willing to bet all of these guys are pretty hyped up right now. We're the grand finals. Of course they're hyped up. There is no sleep on this. It's all just, I wouldn't be surprised if they're more just shaking due to adrenaline.
Adrenaline, let it kick in, because we're going to head on over to Kalahari once again. Can Team 999 do it a 4th time? Casters, answer my question. Let me know what you think.
Jeez.
Well, we are going to find out. Let's see. Team 999, they can do it. Mr. T has been pushing his way through, and I can see them doing it once again, if I'm honest. Maybe at this point, though, maybe they just check out. Maybe they just go, you know what? We're done for the day. All good. We can we leave everybody else to it. We'll safely cruise in 12th every game and just have some fun.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like that might be what has been happening to Pizarro. I kind of heard the desk talk about it a little bit, right? It just doesn't really seem like that's their game. But Fuego also been a little bit of a weird struggle. Maybe they're just letting everybody else to catch in close so that they could really crush out the finale. I mean, this is, like we said, this is the second half now of the grand finals. We've got 3 more games to play today, including this one, match number 4, as well as our 6 final games tomorrow. And then we crown a North American champion. And not only is that prize pool money so fantastic, but the first place team from this grand finals will get to represent North America at the national event. So, there's a lot on the line for these teams, and there's a lot of opportunity for so many of these players. I mean, really, I've just been so excited to see the best. But you know what else I'm excited? Another hot drop, and nobody else but Laonu here.
Well, it seems like Team 999 have checked out for the day, because they are not in the lobby right now, which is an interesting development. But yeah, no, C7 on top of Laonu. We saw how that worked out for them last time they landed together. C7 pushed Laonu out of position completely and just wiped the team before they could get the reses off. Looks like that might be happening once again, as Electro has already finished off Mario. He's going in for a second onto Santi there. Another finish for C7, and Laonu now scattering, heading for the hills.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, keep that distance to them. The problem is you turned your back to Munoz. Kelvin to take a little bit of a damage there, but I mean, you're running in the direction of Peace Out, Kelvin. You gotta be careful. So this chase, it's not the safest place. And look, just in the distance, Osaka, if they finish looting up, they can just start third-partying this. That's a good opportunity for them to find kills. But this is a good start for C7. You can see that they don't want that last member of La ONU to break away. They don't want them to buy back teammates. They don't want them to get those revives. They just know Kelvin doesn't have the resources to stop and fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he doesn't have the cover to keep running either, as Kalahari is not going to get away from C7 whatsoever. A flawless start from them, and I think they really are, you know, one of these teams that start off with a bang when they do land next to somebody. I think they need to aim to land next to somebody every start now, because their ability to just ramp up the pressure to 10 as soon as the game gets going seems to be inherent and flawless for them.
All right, now the attention though. All right, tunnel vision is the thing that I like to point out because I think that it can be a biggest flaw for a lot of teams. They get so focused on one singular fight that they lose sight of what's around them. Something that some of these teams do need to keep in mind. Right now, USA Today has their eyes fully locked and loaded in Virus Gaming. 2 players down. Should find those flushes. Cometron off into the distance along with Diablo. They cannot help here at all. But they have a revive station close by. So if they can get to the revive station and keep the USA Today, or if they can just take care of USA, should be able to get those teammates back up. But yeah, I mean, back at the other fight, right? Pisad, it was kind of what I was really trying to say is for C7 to focus so hard on that one La ONU player, they do run the risk of making themselves vulnerable to other teams around them when they lose sight of those other teams. And that is something that I feel is a big struggling point with a lot of the squads that kind of don't perform what we expect for them to on Kalahari.
Yep, well, Bizarre Esports is a team that we expected to perform quite well, but they did not. DN Esports already heading to below Refinery once again. Refinery is always going to be in the first zone, but this time it is quite central, so definitely, I think, again, you know, as the Analyst has pointed out, maybe putting your eggs in the basket, all in one, in the Refinery basket, isn't the best idea, but it is always, you know, relatively central, and it is, I think, it's such a position which you can work off of no matter what that second, that third zone is, considering that. So, you know, being able to use that to your advantage in the mid game is always so important, no matter where it does end. Osaka, they don't want to let C7 get away with too many points. They are in contention pretty directly at 4 points in this grand final stage so far. So let's see if they can steal any away from them. Osaka obviously started things off incredibly well today, and Jeremy has started it off again with 2 more knocks. Maduro getting a third as well. Lecturer is the last man standing for C7, and they've been wiped flawlessly. Jeremy with 3 kills in that fight.
I mean, he's insane, absolutely melting. And again, these indoor corridor fights. Osaka really coming in clutch. Typically, you don't see it this early on, though, from this team. That's usually a mid to late game style of fight that they happen to play. But look at that. I mean, Peace Out have been watching. Peace Out have kind of been hovering. And now they're kind of hoping that they're joining this fight quick enough that Osaka hasn't recovered. The problem is Osaka really didn't take that much damage here. So let's see if they can survive this onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, it's just third party after third party so far. Osaka trying to stay away from Bizarre Esports, but Bizarre Esports, they've learnt a lesson from last map, and they know now how to beat these teams, I think. 3 members still alive. Adil takes down Jeremy, the kill leader for the team, but there's a landmine from Juanpi taking down 2 members of Bizarre Esports, leaving it just up to Domedios against the final member of Osaka, who might just be able to get a res onto Imaduro and maybe also Jeremy. He's just going to go for the fight. Just finish him off. No! He jumps off the roof and he didn't know. Domedios gets the kill and he'll keep alive 2 more of his members.
That's insane. This is exactly what Pisad needed, right? But it was a huge risk, big reward for them to pay out. Now, another team that we've been wondering, we've been talking about, we've been expecting to see that climb and better performance from, it is Fuego. Right now in the middle of the danger zone. But that said, everybody else that's kind of around them, they've cleared up their kills. We see 4 right now. So Virus Gaming, the next closest team just off to the north. You can see a little clipping of the green there on the mini-map. That's really the only danger to them aside from this zone at the present moment until other teams choose to rotate here into the refinery position. Given the fact that the circle's already kind of centered it up in here. There's a high potential for it, but again, won't really know until we get that next phase popping here in just a few moments.
You can see Atomic are playing complete fringe gaming, making sure they're right on the edge of that zone all the time. I think maybe they've been scorned a bit too much by Team 999 in earlier fights, that they don't really want to get involved with an early rotation too much here on Kalahari. And again, yeah, there's not much, kind of cover to work with when you move in towards the center of the map. So maybe just using every little bit to your advantage in the early, in the mid game even, can really gain you a few positional points at the very least. They have made their way into 7th already, which is quite 7th at the least, which is quite nice for them. A lot of these teams do like to play that way. Another team that likes to play like that, Club 9D, who have more increasingly been playing very fringe kind of zone area. Refinery still in this next zone, but they are over towards the sub where they started this map.
Yeah, and I mean, 9D, we didn't really get to really point out where they were last game number 3. That Kalahari positioning, it was great. It was just punished a little bit by where 999 was and some of the other work that had been put in at the final moments, right? When you're down to just glue walls and that final phase is closing, it can unfortunately be taken away from you just as quickly. So 999 or 9D, excuse me, versus 999, really looking to see if they can also find a bit of that growth here onto Kalahari. But right now, I mean, my big story, my big eyes are on Pisar. They did win Game 4 yesterday on Kalahari. I'm wondering if we can see a Game 4 win from them today.
Yeah, well, let's see. What can the observers spot with their big eyes? Yeah, flying over USA Esports now, who they've had a pretty decent start to the game. 2 kills already on the board from Mudo, but no, team flushes coming out from them so far. They're going to be heading in towards zone now, and pretty much uncontested over towards the north here. A lot of the teams surviving this late in the game. A lot of the teams who drop towards the north seem to just wipe each other out in the first few minutes, and everybody else just kind of towards the south is always well spread out and don't really push in too quickly. Maybe coincidental, but maybe not. There's even less cover in the south side of the map. It is mostly just arid, kind of deserted areas with nothing to work with in terms of, pushing in and trying to get something working, which is why 9D have sat on the sub this whole time, not really moved away from it, because the whole surrounding area is completely out in the open.
Yeah, one, I mean, 2, you've got the resources. You've got that revive station to utilize should they need it, should they get to a mid-game kerfuffle and need to get some players back on the board. Typically see them hold near, kind of have a toe close to one of those resources should they need to fall back on that position. There are 3 others still presently in the circle, one of which is command post, which is where we're seeing this fight with Atomic and Pisar potentially setting up for. The buy station is in Pisar's corner, and it looks like Kills might have seen them. So really both teams aware of the presence of one another, but not yet taking that fight. And I mean, this almost feels like what we see with Purgatory with these 2 squads, right? They land Brasilia, they give themselves a little bit of a breathing room, but they don't immediately run for that engagement. They just kind of get a good feel for them, take a few pop shots at distance, but they're not ready to take the charge, at least not till that next zone pops and they'll get an idea. I mean, because if this centers up on command post, don't overextend yourself yet.
Yeah, well, overextending seems to be the name of the game for both Pisar and Atomic, as they both show their heads every now and then just to get domed by the other team. They will mutually stay fully around, but they're both going to have to use a lot of resources to keep each other alive, which means that both of them are kind of just hurting each other's chances of getting into the later game as they stick with each other around command posts. Over towards the east side of the map, you can see where those, I think 1A is just to the south of where USA are right now. Again, everybody playing incredibly slowly in the mid phase of the game, just kind of sitting around and waiting for other teams to come to them. It's much more controlled than we saw yesterday and last map, in fact. Much more slow, much more calculated. Every team getting into the later phases of the game seems to be teams that like to play this kind of style of waiting for other teams to do all the work for them.
Mm-hmm. And as well, this circle did shift. It shifted mostly on to kind of the edge of refinery, the edge of command posts. So for some of those teams that were waiting, now how to make the move, Team 9D, Team 1A, USA as well, trying to figure out what's the safest rotation in the zone. You can see Joshua and the rest of their team throwing up glue walls. They've been taking shots towards Fuego, who's also been at range, trying to pick at them into being a big thorn. He is going to get Mudo down. And while that was happening, Fuego also getting the revive on a player. So this high ground, and Fuego could just walk into the circle from here. So they really have time on their hands right now towards this fight on USA.
Yeah, and with the high ground advantage, it doesn't really matter what Team USA do. They can just sit here, Fuego, and watch them from this high ground. It's a lovely high ground to have because it's just inside zone. They can both guard USA outside of this and still be completely safe. No need to move whatsoever. So really lucky from them. Well, maybe luck. I mean, it's also just, you know, good positioning. Obviously, drops off, loses a bit of health for that one, but still alive. All good. You know, doesn't really matter if you're still alive. Obviously, Team USA have holed themselves in this house in a way that's gonna come back to bite them. I feel like later on in this, as obviously Fuego is keeping them out of this one. Yeah, they're going to be stuck in there for a while now, and they're going to have to use a lot of glue walls to move away from this. Here we go. They'll make their exit, but the firing down from Into immediately getting 2 knocks, and those finishes are going to come through very quickly. I feel like as Joshua tries to get up. No, Mudo really tried to get his teammates up, but it did not work. The nades are going to come through, and I think USA, well, only down to 1 member now. That's really tough from them. And again, it's just Fuego's great positioning.
I mean, you could really see it. It was like USA had this idea. They can't shoot us all if we run together at the same time very quickly. And unfortunately, they all ran in that same direction. He said it only took 2 members of Fuego to take down most of that team. So Excel maybe in a potential point for recovery if he's not chased. But who is being chased right now? Team 9D out at range from Atomic. Fuego was taking shots out this way earlier as well. But up here, the high ground, you talked about it, the southern part has no coverage. And that's where things are looking really dire for Team 9D. In fact, Steve tried to go for that recovery, but as Atomic out to the east that still had line of sight on them, now at range, that final kill coming from Killzo 3. So that's it for the southern team. And did he see him? No, Excel's he's using a camouflage.
Oh, no. Oh, he knew. He wasn't in camouflage. He was just inside a bush.
Oh, I thought he camouflaged in the bush. Yeah. I mean, that was brilliant.
I was like, he moved away and the bush didn't move with him. I was like, what's going on there? He was just in the bush. He was just waiting in the bush. Some good eyes from Into to see him there. But he actually gets away with his life at the very least. Fuego reposition once again. The new zone is going to be closed in on, which is quite far away from Fuego. It means that they have to go all the way down to command post where Pizarro are waiting for everybody else. Virus Gaming and Atomic also have positions within this last zone, but I think probably Pizarro Esports have the nicest one. Lots of cover for them, and no need to move whatsoever.
And now the close range fight, you get Grosero close range to anybody. You give Grosero a sniper, he is scary. He did great performance for his team yesterday, and we haven't seen as much as we've expected from Virus Gaming today, but in part it's just because of these crazy, weird early fights that they keep getting into with a lot of teams. This time it's going to be Fuego. But the nades out. Grosero did pop that time turner, another glue wall out. So here we go. The close range pulls out the SMG, and it looks like he is gonna try and get Calvin down, but that's a quick treat because Calvin had a nade.
Oh, here we go. Fuego reclaiming some of the former glory they had earlier on, and Scott stays alive, gets the finishes onto the members there that were contesting them, and they'll be able to make their way down. And, you know, it was looking like a dire position. Oh, Camparis does get domed by Domi, though. And with that sniper from that range, oh, there it is. Adiel finishes off the last member. Pizarro were never letting them get away from that position. And now, 3 teams left, and it is the 3 that were around here before. USA somehow surviving into that top 3 position, but going to be hunted down by every single member of Atomic here. Somehow getting away. This is some parkour. Nope. A little too far to run inside there.
You can't take on Atomic in a compound. There's absolutely no way. But the thing is that compound wasn't in the zone. Pisad waited, saw it on the kill feed, and decided now is the time to push. But again, you're pushing Atomic inside close quarters. They've still got glue walls. Watch out for Flow here. Damadio's hanging back with that extra angle, seeing if he can catch any other players. I mean, really, all Pisad does have to do is keep Atomic in that building. Pressure them, not letting them leave. The circle is theirs.
Yeah. And then they move. They've already proven, their close quarters effectiveness earlier on against Osaka, but doesn't seem like it's working out so hot for them this time as the opening kill goes to Atomic. Dumadias from longer range, just waiting, watching the windows, does manage to take out one of their members though, both rezzed. Flow from the roof will take off Adil and get the flush as well. That's the first full kill from either team. Pizarre now in an awkward position as Dumadias is by himself. And Doe getting taken down by the shotgun. It's going to be very difficult for Pizarre now as they need to move. 2 members knocked, but they do manage to get the booyah in the end. And it's the first team that's not Team 999 that manages to get the victory.
It's also the first booyah of the weekend for Team Atomic. We've seen them really perfect their way to move into the late game. I mean, I've called it so many times. When you watch them fight inside of a building, in a compound, they really have that tactically down to the science. And I think Pizarre kind of approached that a little bit confidently, thinking that they could win out this fight. But ultimately, they kind of let their cards, showed their cards a little too early. So that said, another close game for Pizarre to find that chicken dinner. I feel like to switch to Purgatory, maybe we'll see it here. But either way, great play by Atomic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, only one way to find out what happened there. Why can't Pizarre get that top spot today? What is going on with them? And why did Atomic take that victory? How have they turned it around from just not being able to get to the top to now being able to get their first booyah? Let's head to the analyst desk to find out.
Well, first and foremost, we had Pizarre being able to eliminate the likes of Osaka and then eliminating the likes of Fuego as well. Poro and Matrim, talk to me a little bit about how you feel like, Pizarre have started to really rise to the occasion, but unfortunately not able to close it out completely in that game there.
Well, they got a little circle blessed that time around, so it is what it is. You gotta, if you get circle blessed, you gotta make the most of it. And they did manage to get a nice little stack of kills. They end up losing the fight against Atomic, but it was always going to be a tough toss-up fight. But I think this is good for them, though. This could start that ball rolling in their direction there, Matrim.
I mean, it's a great sign. Both Osaka getting active early as well as Pizarre show the fact that we may need to get some elimination points and it's time to play a little bit riskier. Osaka managed to pick up some, but then Pizarre managed to pick them up. I do have to say, though, for as active as we were seeing Pizarre play, whenever we moved into later stages, they had a good gatekeeping position on Atomic, and Atomic fought their way out of that one. We're starting to see a lot more solid team fighting coming out from Atomic, which was what I was expecting yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was super clean from Atomic, to be honest. And I'm also glad that Fuego, I mean, this is, again, they have the high ground, right? They can just kind of sit here and nobody's pressuring them at all. They just get to clean up everything that's below them until they finally have to move off of it. Yeah. That's poor Excel. He did his bushy best. And you call it, as soon as they lost Excel, that was the end for Fuego, wasn't it?
I mean, this is just a weird situation. Look at all of the walls down and navigating it so well. It started off with Flow up top, getting an opening knock onto Adele, and then now having the side push out of that. It was just cleanly played, not racking up the same amount of kills that we saw Fuego pick up, but a good start for some of these teams that we've been wanting to see more out of, most notably Atomic and Pizarre.
Yeah, that knock on Adele was huge. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, taking a look at our game for results, 1A was one of those teams that we were speaking about previously. I believe they were topping the leaderboard at the very start of today, but I feel like we've not really necessarily seen much coming out of them thus far. What do you think it is that has led to them ultimately not really giving us the same performance that we were used to seeing yesterday?
Moved away from Bermuda. That's we were talking about it going into Kalahari. Would 1A be able to kind of find their footing on the other maps that weren't Bermuda? And the first game 3 was decent, but this is kind of another regression from 1A a little bit here. But they still managed to get a kill and a couple of placement points, so not all is terrible in the kingdom of 1A.
And I feel like for the side of DN as well, I spoke about this just like a few hours ago, the fact that DN are one of those teams that are incredibly inconsistent. In the previous game, we saw them fragging out really heavily. Over in this game, however, 0 kills and placing in 8th as well. So I feel like this up and down kind of roller coaster journey that DN are on definitely needs to come to a halt very, very soon, because they need to figure out what it is that isn't necessarily working for them. Maybe it's team communication, or maybe it's just the unfamiliarity in being in an environment such as this after, you know, making it through the LCQ, not necessarily doing so great during the group stages. I feel like there's definitely a lot of potential there for them, but Matchroom for the side of Fuego, 11 kills to their name, placing in 4th. What is it that Fuego need to do? I feel like Pizarro and Fuego are definitely the two teams that everybody had in their top 2, interchanging them for all of our predictions. Do you think our predictions are still going to ring true by the end of this grand finals?
I don't think that they're going to be really accurate, but we are going to start to see a resurgence from some of these teams, I do think. I don't know if we're going to see the climb that a lot of us were, where we were expecting to see Pizarro at, but we are seeing the fact that they're at least trying to crank the engine to get it going out of that last game. Fuego, though, they have a much easier path to get there. They know what they need to do, and they're being very consistent in it. You can see the amount of damage that they're capable of inflicting on it. They were in a great high ground position, and like you said, capable of picking up kills, and also a good position in the later stages of the game to get those placement points. This is the way that they've always played it. It's always coming from the south, just control the area, wait for the later stages, and then just unload on everybody around you. When the system works, massive success. Whenever it doesn't, minor success still. So it's not like Fuego needs to change too much. It's just, it feels like they're starting to find the firefights that they want to take now inside this lobby.
And I feel like just taking a look at the damage that they've done per each team member, and this is only from the previous game as well. All of these stats are just from the game we've witnessed a moment ago. Taking a look at into 2,188 damage to his name. That in itself is a huge achievement. I know previously we were kind of freaking out a little bit about the 1k damage that was inflicted before, and now he's just kind of listened to us and thought, you know what guys, I'm going to show you what's up right here. So Fuego definitely capable of inflicting that damage. I just want to see that placement point coming into effect as well, because if they can match the kills with their placement points, this could be a wonderful recipe for us.
I mean, everything was set up perfectly for them to kind of do that ADR farming the way they did that last game, right? They had that high ground position. Their backs were up against the wall. Nobody really returning fire on them. So they were just kind of able to free peek that ridge and just collect a ton of damage. But this is what I wanted to get to, man. This is where it starts getting real interesting. I mean, you've got that log jam at 1st through 6th of a whole bunch of teams that are all over 100 points, all right kind of next to each other. My eyes are firmly on DN Esports, Pizarro, and Club 9D going into these final 2 games. Can they manage to find a couple of good games to collect enough points to get themselves up there as well, to get involved in that conversation with 1 day remaining? It's going to be real close.
And Matchroom, do you feel like 1A, taking a look at where they're placed right now, 2nd place, kind of basically tied up with 111 points, revisiting the drawing board for them before we head into our next matchup? Do you feel like they can do it? Do you think they'll end up topping the leaderboard by the end of the day over Fuego?
I don't know. I almost feel like it might be more of an idea that Osaka or Team 999 might jump them at this stage. We can see it's tied for 1st. It's also tied for 3rd right now. And 1A, the circles haven't been as favorable to them. And Vela feels like, well, maybe we finally found the area where like somebody in this lobby is just screaming, he actually does bleed if we move to a different map, and finding some type of opportunity. And most notably off Fuego's positioning, I feel like we're going to see a little bit of a shift. 1A was doing a great job on the earlier maps, but as Poro has repeatedly said, as we move away from that map, it's all about, is their point total that they get on that one enough to carry them through the next 2?
Yeah, I feel like for the side of La ONU though, my heart bleeds for them. Honestly, I feel like they're just getting incredibly unfortunate timing when it comes to their positioning and just being picked off one by one. Honestly, I feel like it's just such an unfortunate incident for them. I really did have high hopes for them. Poro, before we headed into this, where did you have La ONU on your prediction?
Well, I can tell you exactly where I had low. I had them in 10th.
Can you tell me where I had them as well?
It was very low, even to start off with. I just, they were very kind of, they were good, but they weren't as good as the top of the lobbies throughout group stages and throughout LCQ. So, I wasn't really expecting a whole lot of them. But again, this is just obviously this is worst case scenario. But you have to give respect to them. They're still out there grinding. They're still out there trying. They're still trying to take these fights and try to figure out what's going wrong. So that's all you can really do when you're in their spot.
And I feel like, Pro Series is just such a great opportunity for a lot of these teams that have qualified through the LCQ, even if they're not necessarily doing the greatest right now. It's an amazing practice opportunity for them. They get the opportunity to practice against teams of such a high caliber as well. So the fact that Laonu was still battling it out, still giving it their all within these games in itself is a huge achievement, most definitely. And I think props to them for sticking through it. And I don't doubt that they will get lots and lots of experience and learn a lot about their own individual playstyle as well. But I'm about ready to hop into our next game. But just before we do, we're going to throw to a very quick break. Do not go anywhere because we're going to be giving away part 2 of our Free Fire code. See you soon.
Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America is now well underway, with our 24 group stage teams fighting to make it into the grand finals. And with a prize pool to the tune of $50,000, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Could the stakes get any higher? Why, yes, they could, with our grand finalist winners earning themselves a spot in the Free Fire World Series. For the first time in professional Free Fire, North America will be granted a slot into the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series taking place in Sentosa, Singapore in May. The Free Fire Pro Series will crown not just the Season 2 champion, but the first North American representative for the World Series as well. What should our home team expect from their first step into international play? Let's find out. The Free Fire World Series is the culmination of all professional Free Fire circuits, spanning 13 regions around the world. It is the biggest stage of Free Fire esports, where the cream of the crop fight to prove not only that they're the best in the world as a team, but as their home region. As an offline in-person tournament, all competitors will play live on stage alongside their teammates and their opponents. Starting on May 14th, our Free Fire Pro Series champions will join 11 other squads for the play-in stage of the tournament. The North American representative will face off against the first seeds from Taiwan and Pakistan, as well as the second seeds from Brazil, the CIS, Indonesia, India, Latin America, MCP, MENA, Vietnam, and the current reigning champion region of Thailand. The play-in teams will battle it out across Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory to rack up as many points as possible with both final placements and kills. But only the top 2 teams will qualify for the World Series Finals, joining the 10 teams seeded directly from their region. With last year's World Series prizes amounting to a massive $2 million, we can expect another colossal prize pool for 2022, with teams taking home a cut just for making it to the tournament. The 2021 World Series champions Evo's Phoenix from Thailand took home the lion's share of $500,000. On their way to the crown, they claimed 4 booyahs of the 6 games played in the finals, with 48 kills and 113 points. But the Free Fire World Series is so much more than just a competition for a cash prize. It's an international spectacle celebrating Free Fire players from around the world, from the casual player to the full-time competitor. And with so much content, music, and highlights, it'll be a joy to cheer on our North American representatives at the Free Fire World Series.
The Free Fire World Series play-ins begin on May 14th, with grand finals taking place a week later on May 21st. There'll be a multitude of broadcasts covering all the action in several different languages. But before all that, we need to crown our North American champions to represent the region in Sentosa. So tune in on YouTube and Twitch live to see who will be winning the North American Free Fire Pro Series for us to cheer on the world stage.
Oh no, how am I getting down?
We're back once again, everybody. Free Fire Pro Series, Spring Edition 2022. My name is Jasmine. I'm joined by the lovely Porosaurus and Matrim. Guys, it's been such a fun experience so far, but right about now, I'm ready to head into Purgatory. But just before we do, we promised you guys at home the second part of our fabulous code. We're giving away a lively beast weapon loot crate containing 4 guns, so make sure you write down part number 2. And if you did miss out on the first part of the code, do not worry, because at the very end of the stream we'll be revealing the full code for you as well. All right guys, I think it's about time for me to pick your brains even further and ask you to talk to me a little bit about how you think Purgatory is going to end up unfolding.
Matt?
Well, I'm hoping at this stage we're going to see a continuation of the teams that realizing that they're in the middle of the pack and how close the point totals still are. So playing much more aggressive. Some of those teams that we're going to be keeping an eye out for, most notably Atomic and Pisar. Both of them have been showing activities and going for those kills. And actually Pisar took out Atomic last time. Now fighting for a central position, I think that could even be more key. We've seen these two dance around each other in the center, and that might continue just to kind of protect each other. But I could also see a world in which one of these teams goes, okay, we've got to take these points out right now.
Yeah, I mean, so sorry. I keep cutting you off. Similarly, 999 was money yesterday on this map. I mean, they had 20 kills, most amount of kills. They were nuts, and now they're back, and they've got 2 more games to go. So if they keep that good performance continuing now, they could start running away with everything. But again, going back to what I said before the break, keeping an eye on DN, Pizada, and Club 9D to see if they can make any kinds of moves here at the last part of the day.
I'm definitely intrigued to see whether or not Team 999 are able to pull something amazing out of the bag. But if we cast our minds back to yesterday's games, we actually had 1A and Virus Gaming winning both of our games over on Purgatory. Now, both of these teams haven't necessarily been having the best of times during the other games that we've had today. Poro, do you think this might be a different affair now that we're heading over to Purgatory? Do you think we'll see something amazing being pulled out of the bag by either one of these teams?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I think Virus, a little bit more worried about Virus, but the fact that 1A was able to pull off the Booyah yesterday in I think it was the final game of the day. But their kill count was still low for this map, all things considered. I mean, and again, it's kind of unfair because we're comparing everything else to what they've been able to do on Bermuda, which is just nuts and insane. But if they're able to kind of find another late game performance, it could be 1A starting to take that first place spot again.
And I feel like a team like 999 have continued to show us that it doesn't necessarily matter what map it is on. As soon as you get the momentum flowing and the good vibes running, anything is pretty much possible. So I'm going to throw it over to our 2 amazing casters, Clover and Twiggy. Take us through this.
It's the last map of the day, and we're heading to Purgatory to find out what happens. Team 999, as far as I'm aware, are back with us, so we're going to be able to see if they can keep up this. Will we consider it a fourth winner in a row for them, or are we saying, you know what, they missed last game, you missed out on the chance to get 4 in a row?
I mean, in a row, but 4 in a day is impressive nonetheless. And I have to tell you, the best performance I saw going into the grand finals from a single team and a single day, it was Team 999 on Purgatory. They kind of pushed back up to the north, and team after team after team rotated into between them and I can't remember the second team who it was. They killed the entire lobby. Only 2 teams had all the points in the entire lobby, most of which were Team 999.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, anything's possible today, but I mean, we haven't seen a Booyah yet from Fuego. We haven't seen a Booyah yet from Pisar. Virus Gaming had one yesterday that seems like they've really been struggling to get up into the late game. And then there's a multitude of teams who have been putting in the work, but haven't had a single Booyah yet. So that's really where my eyes are going right now into this map, is to see if somebody who has that opportunity can run with it. That blue zone starting out on Moat House, that's great for Virus Gaming. That's their drop spot. I don't really see any chance for anybody to contest that. USA taking Crossroads. But and it's the 2 points that I have my eyes on. The Ski Lodge Forge area, we'll have 3 teams out in there, 3 teams down to the south, Central Fire Brigade, Lumber Mill. We know that Pisada and Atomic are going to share Brasilia. They might get a knock here and there, but I don't anticipate any all-out fighting from them just yet.
Yeah, well, here come Pisada right on top of Atomic. Atomic getting the earlier drop does mean that they get the head start on weaponry. Oh, they're actually shooting up at Bizarre Esports. I'm sure I saw a few traces up in the air that trying to take out those members. None of them will hit their mark, but still. Oh, there's Laonu right in 1A. A team that hasn't been... Oh, okay, well, they're going to start off quite nicely already. Kelvin does knock 1, but no finish has come through yet, and the rest of his team has been dismantled there. 1A kind of had the split on them. They didn't really need it. Ghost by himself was doing enough work for them, but as the rest of the team run in, Kelvin is the savior of the team by himself, managing to get, well, 2 knocks now. Kelvin might be doing a lot for his team.
Oh.
No, Ghost is going to be... Maybe he uses the res of Ghost to relocate. No, they're hunting for him now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw he tried to do the Akimbo pistols, seeing if there was something here. I mean, Laonu, it seems like they've really been changing up their drop spots. The problem is they're going to places that are already well established and managed by players. Central also having that same problem with DN. DN usually dropping near Quarry, Mount Villa, instead decided to take the fight straight to La Fuego right away. Fuego, excuse me, they like this position, right? They like having the opportunity to rotate either way around the water. Having Central gives them multiple exit points after this first circle. So for DN to challenge it this early, I know that that's throwing Fuego a little bit through a loop, but that's good connection from Into. Obviously, the big issue here is going to be whether or not they can drive away DN, and if they do, that's going to drive DN right into 1A.
Yeah, absolutely. DN trying, I think, not to engage on this one. Again, this is really the map where Fuego and Pizar definitely come alive. You know, obviously both of them have good performances on Kalahari as well, and Fuego has also been doing great on Bermuda. But the performances from those 2 teams in the group stages was absolutely insane on Purgatory. So I think probably quite scary, I think, for everyone else, and DN not wanting to get involved too quickly. They've kind of dropped off a little bit since yesterday, and they're kind of one of those mid-running teams right now. Fuego, you know, not too far ahead of them, but they still really need every point they can get right now.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the mindset that I'm really appreciating right here. Right? You don't see the teams just full sending it to the fight. Laonu aside, because that was just silly. But they're really they're kind of taking a little bit of a chance. They're dipping their toes in. They're trying to get an idea of who it is that they're walking up onto and engaging with. And if they're looking at an opportunity where like maybe this fight isn't worth it, making sure that they send at least one or 2 players out for insurance. Like, all right, y'all finish out your fight, get some kills, get some points if you can. We're gonna go get ourselves to a buy station, to a revive station, so we can bring y'all back to life and try and refocus for that late game. And that's the kind of the mindset that we started to see from some of these teams that are finding those early engagements.
Bizarre is hunting DN Esports down now. Denver might have got a nice little flank on 3 of the members who have run far past the rest of the team. But nope, that's not happening. Tommy ready for that, apparently. And now it's a 4v3 as DN Esports, who were segmented a little bit there, have to kind of bunker down in a house and try and keep Pizarro away. Pizarro have done a great job of just hunting them down here. I don't think DN expected them to push this far into the zone this early on in the game. Pizarro Esports usually sit outside the zone or sit at the fringe of the zone, wait for teams as they move in towards the mid game. But Pizarro went well out of their comfort zone there, just to fully push down the DN Esports side.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's the big issue, right? Is the comfort zones, and if you can challenge your comfort zone and be rewarded for it, obviously that's a new strength. But for some of the teams this late in the stage, as the group stage, that's where the struggle starts to come into play. And Pisar, Adil, look at that. He spotted out into sent ahead from the water. And this is why that positioning at Central, again, it's so huge, because if the zip line doesn't work, they've got the bridge. They can take even a water transfer across the bridge, right? They can walk underneath it. They've got a lot of opportunities for coverage to get into the zone. So although it is the long way, that's route we're seeing Compares and the rest of Fuego taking, just so that they can make sure that they're out of line of sight for Pizarro, restructure, come in from the western side of a circle and play from there.
Yeah, Pizarro have been doing a great job now of also guarding people from the outsider zone. You saw a kill onto Fuego there, and they've done a great job of adapting their playstyle a little more into this game, probably on the fly. I'm not sure when the decision to push in was made, but it's working out for them so far. Now the danger zone on top of them, they're going to have to find a town to get involved with. They do find. The game has ended here so many times that I feel like Pizarro Esports have such a brilliant location already. They've already pushed their way most of the way into Brasilia, which, I mean, Fuego are usually a team that push early on into Brasilia, but Pizarro Esports having control of this could be absolutely massive as we head into the mid-game.
And Club 9D, I mean, they have gone down into Lumber Mill, back up to Forge, back into Campsite. They've been all over the map. DN Esports, so quick to take this position now to the south of them onto Campsite. To the north of this is C7. That could spell trouble for 9D if they're not prepared for a push on either side from both of these teams. You can see DN Scout that did see that Elian is going to break back away, get himself under a little bit coverage behind that tree, but wait for the rest of his team to join. Bad Boy still across the water, waiting to see if Way was going to follow the pursuit on that way. But now, I mean, if you're Patojo, which is right here, he unfortunately could not break away. The rest of the team just didn't have the line of sight to help them out.
Yeah, Club 9D running them over a little bit. Elian hiding behind a tree will take down Shackle at the very least. Ooh, trying to get a shot off onto Steve Gray as well, but the glue wall was well timed. Finds one more. White will get the trade and keep his member alive, and it looks like now Bad Boy running, or swimming, away from that team to try and get his team revived. Now Team 999, the team that got 3 in a row and then missed the game after that one, engaging with Atomic, and well, Mr. T keeps up his grenades there, finds a knock already. Another knock onto Kills. Another knock onto Abreu. Finally knocked onto the ground, but there's only one member, two members now, of Atomic standing. And USA have joined the fight as well. They're trying to get involved and get some flushes. They've actually, oh my god! Team 999 get eliminated in 11th position with no finishes whatsoever. That's 0 points for them in that, well,
look at this, here comes USA!
Yeah.
Atomic were just quickly grabbing all the loot off that body. You said if Atomic, or 999, excuse me, was going to get a 4-peat, at least for not right now. But now the question is Atomic going to get back-to-backs if they can't hold off this push from USA? The glue walls are going up. They've managed to break them apart 2v2. Excel, Brazil, Joshford, they're just going to try and take them down one at a time. Find out Flow. Can they get the rest?
Abreu hiding behind a tree now. Joshford watching it. The rest of the team over towards the camper van here. Kills down on the ground. Excel, the first member to go down for USA Esports. And Abreu doing a lot of work around this tree here. Needs to do more than that, though. And it looks like Adil has got a flush onto one of these members. So watching them from the other side of the hill. Atomic not going to get their second game in a row, though. And, only 2 winners today taken out in the first 3 teams.
This is I mean, this is really, when we get to Purgatory, this is another map where I really expect a big growth from Team USA. So that said, I mean, again, Pisada, they're watching the kill feed, they're listening to fights going on around them, and they're looking to get engaged for a team that is lower on utility, maybe a little bit lower on armor. Deal once again with that opening knock, as well as members of USA caught out in the open. There you go. I mean, that's 2 down now. Mudo is getting caught off guard, and it's just Josh and Excel. They're trying to keep the distance between them and Pisada. You can even see now on the minimap, Fuego starting to close the gap into this.
And the members of Pizarro Esports over there, Domi and Jam, put a glue wall down in front of them to block shots from Josh Fur, but accidentally blocked themselves from getting the res onto Domadios. So Domadios now flushed by the team of USA Esports, and Pizarro now have to push them out. But wow, that's great insight from Domi, turning around and actually checking the hill behind them as Fuego have moved in, and they were about to third-party that fight, but Pizarro have absolutely cut that out before it's even started. Now they can actually freely chase down USA Esports.
And USA went to the north. They ran for that revive station to see if they can get their remaining players up. So depending on how quickly Pisada comes for the chase, they might have that struggle with it. But there's still a lot of teams in the area here. We can see right now Osaka on the opposite end of that. Between them is Virus Gaming, Pisada on the other side. So Fields, living up to the name, right? It's very out in the open. So Osaka trying to hold on to the roadside, the high ground here. And it's Pisada just walking up on foot with very minimal coverage to this compound that VG are occupying right now. You can see Victor trying to watch the windows, see anybody walking up, but he didn't have the angle. Grozero's going to get knocked. Virus knows now that they've got that company.
Yeah. And there's not much they're going to be able to do about it, though. Apart from cover up the windows, board them up. Actually just boarding up doors now and making sure that Pizarro don't have an easy time getting in on them. They do have the numbers advantage, and as they knock themselves up or lock themselves up into the attic here, Pizarro are going to have some trouble probably getting up those stairs. You know, the close range combat has been so good from so many teams here. And Virus Gaming definitely one of them. Pizarro Esports haven't found their way into these games yet whatsoever, so maybe they will have a difficult time getting through on this. And you can see this hesitation. They're staying downstairs. Victor has actually jumped down. The rest of the team joined him, and they're actually just going to take the fight to Pizarro themselves. Adil down on the ground, finished. Domi has also been knocked by Osaka, who are also moving in from the northeast now. And it doesn't seem like Virus Gaming have to do anything whatsoever. Jam by himself.
No, and this is a perfect compound to be in right now. It's in the center of the zone. They've got 4 players up, and you've got a couple of other teams creeping in, so they're offering that third-party support to help them out. So as long as they can keep those glue walls on the stairwell, keeping Jam from coming up, and you can see Jam has no more meds left. He's got no heals, 1 grenade. The Vector, 26 bullets. He hasn't even really done much. He's just going to watch. He's going to watch and see what he can keep alive, because without that resource, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. C7 falling here. It's because there's a second fight going on to the south right now. That's between Fuego and Team 9D. And this has been 3 teams converging onto this one location.
Yeah. Shackle on the roof. Comparis comes around behind, but doesn't hit the first few shots, and the glue wall comes up to stop the next ones from coming through, but unfortunately, the roof is not flat. The glue wall is not going to block shots coming in from beneath. Luckily, staying alive. Somehow he hasn't taken a bullet whatsoever. Comparis right below him. He could just drop down on top of that. That's a well-placed nade from White. The throwables coming in massive. From Club 9D, who are now our kill leaders, Purgatory has changed everything up completely. 7 kills for Club 9D, and they push Fuego well away from their position now. They go right up the hill to try and stay away from this fight, which they wanted to take earlier.
And look at that. Oh, Chacal had the high ground, but Kampadish had the eyesight there with the VSS. So you can see as teams really trying to met up and prepare for the fight to come to them, neither really focused on the zone because they know they have to absolutely eliminate the other squad before they can play this edge comfortably. So we've got the nades, we've got glue walls, we've got the shotguns. Johan, the only player still up for 9D, but you've got all of Fuego with eyes on him, nowhere to go. And although they lost into, the rest of the team should be able to recover. I mean, we're only down to 4 teams left. Virus Gaming in the center, Osaka and USA haven't pushed into that position yet. The circle, though, look at the mini-map. it's completely on this compound now. So for either of these teams to try to even approach it, they've got to be really mindful of any of the rest of the teams along the edge, because not only do you have Virus Gaming, who will have line of sight from their compound onto you, but you run the gambit of being spotted by another team. Osaka, Sol, Fuego, and that's why they're lying prone right now.
Yeah, it's the great escape from Osaka. They're going to push in towards the center of the zone very, very slowly. As Fuego, I think they know are kind of, in that area above them. They probably spotted them out earlier on and just don't want to be caught out. You can see, that's a lovely shot of them just cooling across the map. Snail's pace. No need to take it any faster. Osaka, they've already done well enough today. They don't need to push their luck. They've already got in the top 4 now. Calvin, though, on a scouting mission, might push down there. I doubt they'll give up the high ground, though. And as USA are employing the same tactic to get up, Osaka have stood up eventually, and now Fuego know where they are, but do they know that USA is slowly coming up the hill from behind?
They're going to know very quickly right now, because as you can see, right as they stop to heal, damage coming across from both sides, and help again from Virus Gaming, who are actually landing the shots onto Osaka. The connection is coming back in. Gorzero, it's the VSS from range. That's the connection we're seeing coming in from Virus Gaming. Fuego, Calvin falls here. It's just up to Scott and Kapadish. Close up on to the glue wall. Excuse me, it's these throwables, but they're just not hitting. Kapadish now, last one up and standing. Osaka trying to do what they can from this, but they're being punished from Virus Gaming now as well.
Camparas doing so much there. Scott gave his team the entry they needed into winning this fight, and now it looks like they've taken it away, somehow managing to stabilize in the middle of that, get their members back up, get the finish onto Wilson. Osaka finished off by Virus Gaming from the middle of zone here, and it's landed on them once again. They're in a perfect place to finish out this game. It's really Fuego and USA who are going to have the difficult time. And let's see if they fight each other or run in towards run in towards Virus Gaming. It looks like Fuego is taking the fight to USA Esports, who are just kind of sat there, no cover to work with. I don't think they even have any glue walls. I don't think any of the members have glue walls, so they just kind of sat there behind trees.
Fuego was down to, I think, 1 or 2 glue walls left between the remaining members. They really didn't have any utility. You could see them. They were looking at some of those death boxes to see what they could grab. Unfortunately, it wasn't a whole lot. So having to go through USA, that also offers them the resources they're going to need to get down this hill towards Virus Gaming, whose compound is just barely in the edge of zone. Exhale, last one up for USA, pops the final glue wall for himself, trying to keep the line of sight off of him from Fuego, but there's nowhere to go. Fuego's eliminated. Excel, it's him versus Virus, but what are you going to do? Virus had eyes on you. A booyah for them. They had a booyah yesterday. They picked up one again today, and I think the 999, maybe it's over. It's over for them now, but this is great. Great play for them, because again, as you said it, Osaka, they needed those points in a good position. USA and Atomic as well, so we'd love to see it.
Yeah, actually, incredibly well played from USA, just surviving for that long. Virus Gaming was really just pounding down on top of both USA Esports and Fuego at the end there. And somehow, Excel has managed to completely survive for as long as possible, gained himself an extra positional point and a couple of flushes onto Fuego, who were also just getting beamed by Virus Gaming from down the hill. But Virus Gaming, I mean, you don't need to engage in a full-on fight if you just position yourself perfectly. Yeah. And it seemed like, I mean, maybe the zone was definitely kind of, favoring them quite a bit. So they got a little bit lucky. But in the end, finding that early rotation onto the only hard cover in the area was probably what, helped them get that good luck in the end there.
Absolutely. And I mean, to say we had multiple teams trying to push that compound, take that position away from them. And ultimately, there wasn't that much compound luck. They found the kills. I mean, even from inside the compound, Grozero with the VSS from range doing damage into everybody up the hill. So it's just that thought that they had to not only use that as a means to survive, but as a means to also have that protection to get kills onto other teams. Because again, it is so close for so many teams in this grand final, not even necessarily for first place, but all across the leaderboard. There's money on the line at every level, and we've got one more match left today. I know I'm excited, Tweety.
Well, we're almost done with today's games. With our top 3 teams, there are Virus, USA, and Fuego taking the lion's share of points. Let's find out what went wrong or what went well in that game with our analyst desk.
Well, Virus Gaming managing to do it yet again. They managed to get the victory yesterday over on Purgatory. Poro, I'm seeing you shaking your head, man. Was this like unexpected for you?
I mean, at this point, I guess not. I mean, they've won 2 out of the 3 games they've played on Purgatory. Like, can we just play all the games on Purgatory for Virus so that they can find some more success? It's just, it's wild, man. It's crazy.
Well, they did definitely manage to show up during that game, but I need to ask you, we've been talking about ONU over and over again, and that's purely because I want them to rewatch this footage and kind of take away from this as much information and as much knowledge as possible. For ONU in particular, what do you think has been going wrong, particularly when it comes to their drop spots?
I'll say it. I'll just be direct, and we were talking about this kind of in amongst ourselves. I don't think that they're doing the research on drops as clean as everybody else is. They made a modification in the drop this time and went south. There's a ton of teams. They're already dropping in the south. They should have known that that was going to be pretty packed. If they want a safe landing spot because they keep getting hunted on landing, the west would have been far more open. There's multiple positions over there. There is a world where maybe ONU knew this and was dropping in specifically to try to hot drop. But if that's the case, you're dropping into Fuego's location, and that's not necessarily the best of idea to begin with.
Yeah, it's kind of asking for it, isn't it? I mean, and the other thing about the way they're doing it is it's a full commit hot drop. You know, it's not like how everybody else kind of does it, where they'll send 2 or send 3 and they'll leave that 1 behind as the insurance policy to go and get the revives later on. Like, now they're just slamming their head up against a brick wall at this point, trying to see if something will work, and it's just not. Like, I almost want to see them just avoid everybody and just slow play it and try to survive until the late game.
Is this not the most Team 999 thing that you could possibly see? Racking up a bazillion points time and time again, and then getting a 0 in the round after it. It's just the way they live.
Sometimes
Honestly,
it just be that way, man.
It do be like that sometimes. Honestly, I feel like DN Esports are definitely one of those teams that also follow suit in a similar fashion, but Fuego managing to close that one out with 12 kills to their name, giving us a total of 20 points. Absolutely huge coming out from them. But Osaka, one of the teams that we've definitely been hyping up throughout today. Unfortunately, they've not been able to tally up those kills in this game, and instead opted to play for those placement points. Why do you think it was that they weren't able to secure themselves some more kills?
I mean, they were trying for it, but they had bad positioning for circle. They've been on a kill hunt at the earlier sections of this, because I know Poro and I were talking about that. But if you remember, they were even having to snake into that circle where they were laying down and just trying to use that little bit of a crest to just sneak in, right? And then they tried to stand up. They pushed up the hill, uphill into Fuego, and somehow managed to get there. But it's just sometimes the cards aren't dealt to you in the right way. And in that circle, they definitely wish they could have folded earlier.
And I think just taking a look at the damage dealt as well here, Jeremy, I don't want to say he's kind of carrying his teammates on his backpack despite the lack of, he doesn't necessarily have the most amount of kills. He's still doing that damage that is required. And with the support of Wilson and Domi, definitely able to pick up that 1 kill there. But I feel like there's definitely more to come from them. I'm just hoping we see that aggression certainly start to shine from them as we head into the final match of the day. I'm actually kind of sad it's almost over, guys.
Yeah, look, don't be sad that it's almost over. Be excited because we're about to be going into the final day of play. And look how close it is. We were saying, look at DN, Pizarro, 9D all needed to get some points going in their direction. They all did. And now they are just 1 game away from being breaking that 100-point barrier and being right back into the conversation. Now, Fuego, someone's going to have to slow them down. I mean, 131, it's not insurmountable by any means, but they're starting to kind of like their consistency is definitely shining through.
Most certainly is. I know that Clover is going to be so excited to see the progression of USA esports for sure. I gotta say, I'm a little bit blown away by this. I feel like the potential was certainly there for their team, and I'm so excited to see how this final game of the day is going to go. Do you feel like it's going to be all like throw caution to the wind again and go kill hungry, or do you think we'll see something like maybe slow down a little bit here and there?
I think it depends on your position on the leaderboard. If you're in that neck and neck position, like if your team such as like Atomic or 999, there is benefit in going aggressive early. Osaka's been trying to, just can't seem to find it. At the bottom of the leaderboard, you best be shooting whatever's moving around you. And if I see you playing safe, you're already wrong. This is the stage where you're already needing to catch up to somebody. Like if you look at C7 esports, Fuego has almost twice their score, and there's only going to be one more day of play. It's time to go if you're going to go.
So are we wanting Laonu to land near people this time instead of landing completely away from everybody?
No. They keep landing next to people. I want them to land where nobody's at, and I want to see if they can make the late game and how that fight goes.
I mean, they can do whatever they want to at this point. They're kind of a non-factor in the lobby. Like if we're being completely
not
honest,
true.
Look, 18
not
points
true. They give a lot of
in
points
2
away.
days.
They give a lot of points to teams.
Well, they only give 4 because they never get revives off. So it's not like DN who's giving away like 7 points because they revive people and then give away twice as many points.
No, he's got
it all works out in the end. It's the crazy math, Matt. You got to think about this.
It is.
Crazy math.
I'm completely picturing that meme of the guy where he's got like all the bits of string going between stuff and he's looking all crazy
that's me.
trying to
100%.
So one more thing that I wanted to quiz you guys about was the concept of third partying, right? I was speaking to you guys a little bit about this before. I believe it was you, Matchroom, that mentioned the fact that you feel like people don't wait long enough before they engage in the third partying element. Could you maybe explain that a little bit further for the folks at home?
Well, it's not always the way it happens, but it feels like some teams don't realize the opportunities that are presented. So take, for example, if you're in center of the circle, you've got the high ground. Yes, you can shoot everybody, and yes, you can get kills. But you can also do enough damage to force a team to, let's say, move to their east and into another team. If you put that factor in play, you want them to fight a little bit and weaken each other and then commit more into a third party. If you're going to leave your high ground, if you're going to move in, if you're going to do anything like that, that's whenever you want to get it. Instead, if you just like massacre the team that's walking into the other team, sure, you're going to get a point or two, but that team that they were walking into still has their 4 members up, and that means that team is still a threat to you. Instead, let the fight break out, let both of them get weakened, and then capitalize off of that. Sure, harass, get some damage if you can, but it's not always, and it's a situational thing. But very often I see in the situational, too heavy in the, that's an elimination point instead of, they can screw over their team.
Basically, let your opponents do all the hard work for you and just come on in and play the cleanup crew, if you will. It is finally time to head into our final game of day 2 over here at Free Fire Pro Series. Take it away.
It's the last game of the day, sadly. We do have a full day tomorrow, and obviously it's going to be reaching, as I said in one of my content pieces, a fever pitch in the last day of the grand finals. But we were just talking in the break about your pick'ems and my pick'ems as well. And I do have a couple in the correct position, but I think the top of your leaderboard is very accurate right now.
With the exception of Pisar, who I think I had in second place, Fuego and USA, my other 2 top 3s, they're in good spot right now. But I have to apologize because at the beginning of last game, I caster cursed 999. I just talked about how great they were, all of these crazy games they've had on Purgatory, how this is their map, and then they died first. So my apologies to Team 999. It looks though Laonu has chosen you as their hot drop this game. You know what that means, Twiggy?
It means probably 3 kills, but we'll see. Laonu really do need to turn things around at some point today, but DN Esports are also there, so... okay. Laonu opened things up.
Actually sent 2 north. They sent 2 to Marbleworks. They didn't even worry with Quarry. They're like, you know what? You're fine.
Yeah.
Don't
One
worry.
in Quarry, but apart from that...
I don't know. Is 999 going to break away from this? That actually looks like one is going to try and cross the street too.
Yeah. Looks like it. Maybe they'll probably see all the shots going on, hear all the shots going on between DN Esports and Laonu. Once they figure out what teams are there, they might want to get involved because these are 2 teams that are slipping down the leaderboard every now and then. So, can they... they are. Look, they're closing in very slowly. The rest of the team joining from the north now. Laonu's still trying to fight DN from long range here, and long range fights always seem to, turn into close range fights quite quickly in Free Fire, so I'm ready for a team to make a move very soon, but I don't think Laonu want to get close range because they don't seem to be all that effective with those shotguns.
No, I mean, the early game, this spot used to be a position that they really play dominant from, but something just doesn't seem to be working out in their favor. And part right now is the fact that, yes, they broke away from DN, but then you had 999 with plenty of time to set up from this. They already had 2 here in the high loot position. So Santi, only one at strong health. Mario, a little bit low here. This is not looking good for Laonu. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they have any resources to really get out of this. No more blue walls left for Santi. He's going to fall down. Mario doesn't have any heals. He hasn't really been able to do anything to recover from this, so he's just going to have to hang out and hope not to get spotted as he is going to see Mr. T. I mean, if he could knock Mr. T here, that would be huge.
Yeah, and he does. Get the flush as well. There we go. Another 3 point. He's not going to get out of here, surely, but that's nice for the team at least getting 2 more points on the board. The thing is, right, every position, and you still have a day to go, but every position on that leaderboard gets you a large amount, like a good percentage addition of money to your prize pool, and obviously, you know, every bit counts towards a team, especially in the lower part. I don't think Laonu have any hopes of being the North American champions at this point, but definitely coming away with more money is the goal here. And Mario seems to have got away. I'm very surprised Team 999 immediately went for the res instead of chasing down Mario earlier on here. They might still chase in time, but they don't know where Mario went, surely. Obviously, there's only one direction he can go, which is up in north. But he has the crest of the hill to work with.
And it's that high ground that's really going to come in clutch right here. You can see that pressure. 2 knocks down now for Team 1A versus Team 9D here. And now, this is, again, that real forward-pushing aggression. Once 1A feel like they've got that advantage, they don't waste any time. They lock in. They secure those kills. They make sure they get credit for those points. The last bit of 9D is on the other side of Lumberyard. They're not interested in this fight right now. They're interested in potentially buying out a revive or pulling back away and surviving the fight elsewhere. That's exactly what White is doing. He's going across the water, getting distance between himself and 1A, and seeing what recovery he can work on with his teammate. Johan has kind of got to fend for himself now at this point.
Yeah, you see White sailing off into the distance as we switch over to watching C7 in their fight with Atomic. And not quite winning out so far, but Jeff will knock one, Lectra will knock another. Dax is going to have to put some walls down and get a res going. He only manages to get one off. And res has actually come through onto Abria as well, so we might be able to get some more members in this fight, but not before Lectra pushes up. Or gets inside the time turner at the... just the right time. No, Dax gets the finish in the end. Flo is also down. Jeff will do the honors of getting that flush onto the kill from Lectra. Lectra's still standing for now. You want to get that flush or not? I think I think Jeff wants to leave at this point. Although the fact that maybe baiting Jeff into sticking around was Dax, leaving Lectra alive for a second there, but Jeff is probably now going to want to head towards the revive station, which Dax is actually protecting here. So maybe running away to a new one will be a better idea. Actually, his teammate is already there. You can see just at the edge of the minimap. Already resing teammates.
This is the problem, right? If Jeff wastes too much time for this, as he said, a teammate for Atomic, even if he gets this knock here, that revive station's not going to come for free. And taking that much damage this far away from the circle, I mean, the circle, the edge of it is in Brasilia. So even if Jeff were to sit in the blue, work on getting that revive, he'd then have to walk all the way to zone. And I think he's starting to realize exactly what kind of time and resources. And look, he's got no more health. So any healing packs that he can pick up, finds one right there, is able to use that, but he's gonna need so much more on his way to zone. Yeah, awkward position, exacerbated by the zone there. So a long way to run for Jeff here, as well as the rest of Atomic, who have just landed on top of Pizarro Esports. Adiel opens things up very quickly, and with the positioning of the rest of this Atomic side, it's going to be very difficult for them to get away from here. Unfortunately, they have just dropped right on top of a full team of formerly incredibly high up in the points players. So we'll try and regain that here on Purgatory. They had quite an uncharacteristically bad
Purgatory last map. They're going to bring it back, it looks like, with 3 kills to open things up. Maybe a little lucky having Atomic landing on top of them, but that's some way of getting momentum at least.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to switch real quick because Pisad. Every game today we have seen Pisad break away their attention, chase teams, look for the kills, and we talk about momentum. That is where I feel like, in a way, Pisad has struggled a bit. This circle keeps hard shifting away. We are actually going to be going to Marbleworks, a golf course, Quarry, that whole island out on the west. That is the center of the zone. So for the teams that dropped there early on or rotated there early, that's good. If you're Pisad and you tunnel vision and you third party these fights, you've got Atomic up ahead of you, you've got potential for more fights if they decide to rotate down to the south or even wrap around to the north. I want to make sure that they've still got that in-game in focus.
Yeah, well, high ground being utilized by some teams here. Osaka are moving in from the northeast, but Bizarre are going to be engaging once again with Atomic, and in they run into Brasilia. Atomic being pushed all the way out of it already. Look how split apart they are. Abreu by himself, but that's actually distracted Domi, who just runs around the corner blind into Flo. Flo gets the first knock and finish of the fight, but Adil fires back onto kills. And now trying to chase Domi down. Oh, and Atomic are out of the game. And in quite an unfortunate position considering how many points they do need to get up into that top 3. Because it really is only a matter of, 10 points would have got them up into the top 3 by the end of today. It's not going to happen now. But Bizarre starting things off very well.
And as Blair, 1A... Now it's a question of them or Fuego, the 2 teams that we've been wondering about the well-being of them through the end of today, finding themselves a little bit early on, rotating themselves outside of zone. Fuego, they've just gone for it, right? We know that island that they take, Fuego in part is in case the circle goes this direction, gives them that early rotation, followed by 1A. We're able to get in safely, and I think 1A finally decided, all right, that's the amount we're going to chase them, but now we need to rethink our strategy moving forward. Elsewhere, other teams that were inside the zone, we've talked about Team 999, that early fighting that they had with La ONU and DN already recovered, but now you've got USA who is rotated in from their northern position north of the island. They try to get into Marbleworks, and they're kind of being punished a little bit from Team 999, who've got them stuck inside these compounds. You can see Mr. T and the rest of the team have all taken various angles around this compound to try and trap them inside.
Yeah. Sticking up here, it seems like Sniper's Nests are such a staple of Team 999's gameplay style here. They do this on so many maps all over the place in the mid-game at the very least, and just wait out time up here, because who's going to check up here? Nobody really uses these for much more than just trying to gain a position in a fight that, you wouldn't have otherwise, and USA certainly aren't going to be looking up there until they actually push down on the team, and that might not even happen. USA Esports are much more passive, much more defensive of a team, like to really defend a position, and they have one to work with right in the middle of the new zone, and they don't really have to move anywhere, so why would they?
And the question remaining, right, is what that next zone is going to do, where it's going to center itself up. And you can see a lot of those teams taking those chances that Marbleworks is the play. Fuego's now gotten themselves into the mix in this close range. Club 9D sending themselves up to the north. So Team 999, or this looked good to start, but now you're surrounded in every angle, and there's still many more buildings up for grabs. We've got the compounds to the right that also have the buy station, so it wouldn't be unheard of to see more and more teams continue to surround them, and that's where they've got to be a little bit careful, make sure they have the resources to survive this defensively.
Yeah. It just slows down again in the mid-game, but as we push into the third ring here, with 10 teams standing, things are going to get very intense very quickly, I feel like, and DN opening things up here on Virus Gaming. It's a lovely nade to start things off. Bad Boy down on the ground. Victor gets his second onto Edvin, and now DN have the upper hand already. Virus Gaming, sorry, have the upper hand, but DN are fighting back, trying to push them away from the edge of this barn here. Victor gets his flush down, and I think everybody just trying to kind of run and get new positions here as DN is chasing down Virus Gaming in a fight that they started, in a fight that they got 2 knocks immediately. DN Esports are coming back into it and completely eliminate Virus Gaming with 3 members still standing.
There seems to be some kind of a trend for the team that just coming off a win to dying very early. Virus Gaming did not survive, unfortunately, the glue wall maze that was put up before them. But Osaka, right now, eyes on the prize. That prize is 1A. They've got them completely trapped behind trees, absolutely letting into them. Junior gets taken down. Ghost gets taken down. Junior flushed out. I mean, it's really a free-for-all of spray and pray, but that spray right now is being rewarded in Osaka's favor. They've got to act quick because Pizarro might pick off the rest of them. You know how much they love to get it engaged in these third-party fights.
Yeah. Let's see. Now, Pizarro push forward a little further, and Vela, one of the last remaining, or the last remaining member, not going to pull out any heroics this time. Osaka are the ones to get the flush, but Pizarro Esports are probably the ones to benefit most from that fight now. They can move into zone quite freely and get some hard cover to work with. Still the kill leaders with 8. Nobody has gone too ham so far now, with 8 teams remaining, and all of them actually in this last zone already. No need to push them any closer inside in the remaining seconds before that zone reaches the edge here. It means that I think it's going to take another ring to push everybody closer together, because everyone playing incredibly defensively.
And there's so much coverage when you've got Marbleworks in the circle, right? You've got all the little hard cover in terms of those crates. You've got the warehouses. You've got trees, the defense line. There's so much to work with right now. The circle is going to shift down to the southwest. So good in favor of USA. 999 doesn't really need to move. Fuego barely on the edge of zone, but it's Pisad, Osaka, C7, 9D now that need to continue to work yet again to find their foothold in the next circle. But you can see Pisad, they're not worried about the zone until they can take Osaka out of the equation.
Yeah, and they're right on the other side of this wall. Pisad trying to fire through the only gap they have to work with. Adil is trying to use the height advantage of the hill to fire over it, but Osaka have a lot of cover to work with, and they can just sit inside one of these hangars here. Make sure nobody is getting close to them, which leaves Pisad to push all the way in. Osaka still just trying to, I think, get a couple resources there from the buy station before this fight starts, but West B will throw the first throwable. Goes a little too far, and now Osaka will open things up at close range, where they're so effective. They don't get a kill just yet, and some nades are coming in from the other side. The flankers come through from Pizarro Esports. Dominios is down on the ground, but they're doing so much work onto the Osaka players that doesn't matter whatsoever. Juanpi trying to run away, but the shots follow him up. The flushes come through from Pizarro Esports. They still have 3 members standing against the 2 of Osaka. They can just push all the way in. Domi gets another knock onto Jeremy. And, well, Pizarro Esports just seem to be running away with this one. 3 more kills for them, and they just leave the last player to sit inside that hangar and think about what went wrong.
Yeah, there you go. The last player is going to be eliminated to zone, but Pisad, as they run into circle, 999 was absolutely waiting for him. Makulu, Rasta, they're going to pick up a kill and a flush. It's down to just 2 players. Pisad left up on foot. Meanwhile, C7 and Fuego, this fight has been popping off slowly down to the south. And as Pisad is eliminated, Fuego trying to do the same onto C7.
And Team 99 still standing after 9D are eliminated, so still up there. It is our top 3 teams that we kind of expect right now to be up there. You got USA Esports, obviously Fuego up there, and 999, who are just holding on to position.
Is this the 4th
Is it going to happen? Will the 4-peat happen? They have the zone in their favor. They have the zone in their favor. As much as caster cussing is a thing, they do have very good positioning right now. I can't see Fuego taking it away that easily. I mean, this Sniper's Nest, which was just kind of a mid-game, oh, we have a nice position to work with here, has somehow been the only bit of cover landing in this last zone. Fuego are going to have to push all the way in to get it.
They're looking total 5-head right now. Mr. T is absolutely, and he's got that line of sight on USA. I mean, the biggest issue for USA is that road, right? You've got 999 and Fuego have coverage. They have the circle. Team USA has to come to them, and there's no coverage doing so. Glue walls is really all they can hope to use. Now, they've been sitting there for a while, and they've had a couple teams rotate into them, so they should have enough utility to at least to get across the street. The issue is they're going to have to pick one of these 2 of these teams to crash.
Here we go. Tail opens things up onto Team USA by getting a knock onto Joshua. His teams come running to his aid to try and get him back up. In the meantime, Fuego have opened things up onto Team 999, who weren't really expecting that, and now they're getting attacked on two fronts. Can they defend on two fronts? Mr. T is trying to with the nades. He gets one knock. Scott is also down. Compares and Into move in as well. So here comes Fuego from the other side, but somehow Mr. T is getting more knocks with grenades. It's unreal how effective this guy is with his throwables. Team 999 just about hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but Makulu is now down on the ground, which forces Mr. T to run towards the other team. But he's down as well, and that's what happens when Fuego and USA make a sandwich.
I mean, you saw the shutdown come right out there. Fuego somehow now having to deal with USA. Got across the street, but there you go. Glue walls up, the pressure on instantly. They wasted no time, and there you go. Fuego with their first win of the day, third of the weekend. Beautiful, beautiful booyah. I mean, what a crazy setup. And you talked about Team 999 with that sniper tower. It was just absolutely insane. We don't see the circles end out here very often.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Fuego doing so... Oh, my camera. I'm so sorry. There we go. Hold on. Let's get back here. Hello.
Ooh, spooky ghost.
There we go. Awesome. Okay. So, yeah, no, that victory was just so good. It cut out my power. Anyway, no, Fuego doing so well to make that kind of pinch work for them, because they realized that Team 999 were firing down upon a different team, and they just went, you know what? Let's just go in, because Team 999 had such a good position, but when those two teams were working against them, they managed to get in, and they've been waiting all day for something like this to happen, because they've really just been coasting along right now in the midfield. They got knocked out of a couple of the start of the games on Bermuda, but suddenly in Purgatory they've flipped that switch. They've made it work for themselves.
And I mean, Purgatory has been the game, or rather the map that we kind of were looking forward to today, to see how it was going to round out. Yesterday, it was a big saving grace for so many teams. Today, it was a huge recovery for the teams that we didn't even think needed the saving graces. I know that the desk is obviously going to have some strong opinions, but at least for me today, the games that you and I got to cast, I'm absolutely blown away, because I know it's just going to be so close going into the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, and we will just take a look at how that game went with our analyst desk, but that'll be it from us two. We will see you tomorrow. I think us two are actually both on the analyst desk, so we'll see you there. But from now, for us, that's goodbye. Take it away, analyst desk.
Finally, we get a Fuego win. Guys, it was a long journey, okay, but ultimately we eventually got there. Over in yesterday's games, Fuego actually only managed to get their victory over on Kalahari. So for myself, it was a little bit of a surprise to see them come back stronger on Purgatory today. How about for you, Poro? Was this a surprise?
Not really a surprise. Fuego is an amazing team, and that was definitely an impressive win, to be sure. Like, that was a hard fought win there, Matrim. They were scrapping from very early on.
All I can say is let's go, Fuego. That was a hard circle to be able to move into, with 999 having everything on lockdown. And they approached it in one of the hardest ways to handle it, after walking through a ton of quality teams to get there. So Lord knows that their utility had to be in shambles at that stage.
It was tough. It was tough for sure. And to be honest, I was kind of thinking 999 had that one in the bag, especially once the circle kind of went to them. But it was just great individual play coming out from the guys from Fuego. I mean, Calvin in particular was just roasting people, man. Compares leaving the way. I mean, we always talk about Scott and Calvin as being like the heart and soul of that Fuego team. But Into and Compares have been delivering here in the grand finals.
Dude, in 2000 damage is nothing to sleep on right now. We haven't had a chance to talk about him enough, but he does a great job of being the side position and getting in the harassment to really open up competitors to make their like big gamble moves. You can see that this is all a stacked factor together. See how Into is playing the low side of the screen. He was the guy that was getting the attention to allow the other ones to move. And that shows a lot of faith in play style. Whenever you're like, okay, we trust you to open this door. And he's like, I trust you to keep me alive while I'm standing here in the open. That's a big gamble, but it always seems to pay off in Fuego's favor.
I mean, Fuego, amazing performance from them, totaling 21 points there, followed by USA Esports and Team 999. Once again, I'm just as surprised as you are. I thought Team 999 would definitely close that one out, but I think the positioning of Fuego behind them was just way too strong and just kind of had them out for the count a little bit there. But one thing that I need to talk to you guys about is Pixar, with the instance where they actually ended up flanking Osaka in that one building to ultimately end up eliminating them. I feel like the flanking potential and the pincering in your opponents is something that isn't nearly done enough in a game of Free Fire. Could you maybe talk to me a little bit, Poro, about why you think that might be? Because right now I feel like a lot of these NA teams are just going in guns blazing. They don't necessarily slow things down to go in for a pincer maneuver or for flanking opportunities.
It's just the meta right now in North America is, if you try to slow down in North America, you're going to get third partied. You're going to get third party. You probably get fourth party. Hell, you might even get fifth party. That's just how it is around here. Is that anytime these guys hear gunshots, they just go. They just. I mean, well, I guess not W key, but they just charge face first into the fray, like trying to get those points whenever they're available. And that's, if you're going to engage in a fight, you got to be really, really quick about it.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like taking a look at our top kills, you can see again Adil making his way towards first spot. No surprise there, considering the fact that during the group stages he was actually the kill leader with 94 kills. So definitely lots of potential there for that player. But Fuego doing a great job as usual, but Team 999, I had the faith that I was looking forward to seeing them do it yet again, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so. Heading into tomorrow's games though, I feel like it's almost like we have a reset all over again, right? And the potential is there for every single one of these teams, but as we take a look at our overall standings at the end of the day, Fuego with 152 points, followed by USA Esports with 132. Team 999 rising up the ranks yet again, guys. What on earth is going on here for the likes of Pixar Esports? What do they need to do to come back stronger?
I mean, that was a really good game for Pixar last game, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding the right movements. They're just not getting it as clean as they're used to getting it. And we should also mention that there is a strength in this lobby that is different than the lobbies that we saw these guys competing in when they were all broken apart in the group stages. But I think that Pixar has got the right mindset and how to move forward. Now it's just a matter of cleaning up, because there is a method to the chaotic madness. It's not just running around and shooting willy-nilly at everything. You have an idea on how you're coming in, and there is a lot of bait and switching that's coming out. And I think that Pixar just had to evolve a little bit more to get used to I would say they used to be able to control a lobby, and now they're realizing that this lobby doesn't let them have that same influence.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But for the side of La Uno, I'm just like, I'm so sad. I feel like there's not much that is really going their way right now. I think you mentioned that they actually opted to land towards the west, if I'm not mistaken, and another team landed right next to them. So it's almost as though everybody has got their number and they're just freely sharing it amongst themselves and the entire Free Fire community. They've got a target on La Uno's heads right now, guys.
Yeah, it's just tough luck. I mean, sometimes you have bad days, sometimes you have bad weekends. It happens to even the best teams, and it just unfortunately happens to be happening to Laonu at the worst possible time, and that's in these grand finals. But you know what? You got to shake it off and try to come in tomorrow and make a good accounting of yourself. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, I think the mental game is just as important as the aim and all those other elements that ultimately factor into it. And I think it's something that people don't necessarily speak enough about. Have a bit of a reset, revisit the drawing board, take a break from playing the game, because just as important as practice is, I feel like maybe having a good night's sleep and regaining to come back stronger tomorrow is definitely just as important. But let's take a look at our overall top team booyahs for today. And no surprise for myself, Team 999 with their 3 booyahs. Fuego following in a similar fashion though with 3 booyahs as well. Virus Gaming with their 2, 1A Esports with 1, and Atomic with 1 as well. Is there one team in particular that you thought should have been amongst these ranks, or that you would have predicted would be amongst these ranks from the start of the date, Matchroom?
I want Osaka to get one sooner or later. I mean, we were talking about the
Yeah.
consistency that they had. They make it in the late game so much. They haven't gotten one yet, and they're one of the few teams that's at the top of the leaderboard that hasn't managed to find one. I think it's
Mhm.
only a matter of time, and they're probably due one for one tomorrow, but I am kind of surprised we don't even see them having one yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like they showed us a really, really strong performance today. But who knows, maybe tomorrow is their day and their moment to come back and make a name for themselves, really put their mark on the map. How about for yourself, Poro?
I mean, it's got to be Pizarro. I mean, in the regular season and during the group stages, Fuego had 10 booyahs. Team 999 had 9 booyahs, ironically. And then Pizarro had 8. And we just haven't seen Pizarro. They've got the 1, which they kind of got a little bit of circle luck for, but it's just it's been tough watching too, because like the kills aren't really as high as we would have expected from the group stage kill leader. It's just been a little bit low on all accounts, really. So I don't know. I don't think they're doing anything wrong. I think they definitely had a misstep in the first 2 games of today. Starting off the first game of the day with 0 points. I mean, that was obviously not the way you wanted to go into this. So hopefully they come out tomorrow and we'll see them start off strong and not have to play catch up any more than they already have to.
I feel like it's almost as though the first game of the day really can start to set the tone of the rest of the games for a lot of these teams. They'll let it get to them an awful lot. But let's take a look at our overall top fraggers from today and see if there's any standout player in particular. You can see Vela just doing Vela things, one of those players that we've been going on and on about, absolutely dominating the kill lead with 30 kills to his name, followed by Scott with 25 kills, and also Jeremy for the side of Osaka, one of those teams that we mentioned. For yourself, Matrim, Jeremy pulling his weight most definitely for his team. I feel like if the rest of his team start to follow suit, Osaka will definitely find themselves with a booyah to their names tomorrow. But also MRT with his 24 kills and Pahoto with 22 kills as well. I feel like this 30 kill mark is definitely like a real marker for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams to kind of start to aim for. Have you guys witnessed any kills for one particular player that exceeds 30?
I mean, it really feels like Vela is just playing at a different level, especially when we're on Bermuda. I mean, looking at all of 1A and all of their kills and all of their damage side by side, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, Ghost is contributing as well. But Junior and Laroon are just kind of along for the ride on this one. So it really feels like 1A is going to go how Vela goes. If Vela can actually continue to keep up this frantic pace. I mean, look at that, dude.
Yeah,
that's
the numbers
average.
just hit me in the face, dude.
That's average.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with the laugh. I just like the stat difference. Just keep on going. Sorry, Poro. Keep on going.
Like, I mean, there's really not much else to say once you see it. I mean, it's right there in black and white in numbers, like the work that Vela is doing. And it's not even just that team either. I mean, you can kind of find a similar situation. Oh man, who was it I was looking at? There, Atomic, I think. I don't know, it might not be a time. Anyway, but yeah, it's crazy to see this one player that is just so in control of the outcome of his the performance of his team, right? Like if Vela goes down, what are the rest of them gonna do? Like it's
Find
survival, I guess. Yeah, find a rest spot as quickly as possible, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like the pop-off potential of one player is great, but I think you definitely need to be able to support them, trade those kills as well, just as important as anything. But taking a look at the most damage dealt, oh my goodness.
Disgusting.
19,000, by the way.
That is a ridiculous number. 25% more than anybody else that is around him. And we've been talking a lot about like Pizarro and Adele and Fuego Scott. Mr. T has had some great moments for 999. But DN, I don't think we've had enough of a chance to really talk about what like Toyo is doing down there, because he is just putting up like massive numbers. And I think he's a big influence on why we're seeing the change in DN, because whenever we're looking at this, DN and 1A are real kind of surprise performers with a lot of what's going on. And I think a big contribution of this is, yeah, I mean, look at the numbers on this. Not quite as split as what we're seeing at 1A, but I mean, there is an obvious advantage that's going on right there.
I think the potential for this team, like I said though, the issue for me with DN is the fact that they're so up and down. It's so unreliable. Like, if I was a betting kind of person, I would not take the risk of betting all of my chips on DN at all. But I don't know, maybe we can head into tomorrow's games and we'll see a completely different kind of showing from them. I really do hope so. And I think what I would love to see from a lot of these teams heading into tomorrow's games is a lot more like kind of unity between their teams, you know, playing more as a team, because we saw Pixar start to play that in that similar fashion towards the end of today's game. So I'm hoping we see that shine through for a lot more of these teams. But unfortunately, as we start to wrap up for today's show, I know I promised you guys the final part of the code. You should see that at the bottom of the screen very, very shortly. But whilst we show that to all of you folks at home, any final words from you? I'll start with you first, Matchroom.
All right. This is time. We've been building this for quite a while now, and all of these players know what they need to do. It's about establishing what your win conditions are, figuring out what you're going to do. My last bit of advice to you is as simple as this. Commit to the play. Even if it's a bad play, committing to a play together will give you a better chance of making it out, even if it's a bad call, than you guys double thinking each other and kind of being like, oh, do we go? Do we not go? Sometimes you just got to send it. And when you send it together. Otherwise, you're going to be doomed for failure.
I like that. That's words of wisdom right here. Basically, full send it, run fast, and think about the consequences later. How about for yourself, Poro?
I mean, I guess I would look at Fuego. I mean, you're in first place. You've got a decent lead going into the final day. One of the hardest places to be in the final day of the tournament is in first place, because you know that you've got a giant bullseye on your back. Everybody's gunning for you. All you can really do is be in control of your own performance, right? So take it slow, play methodically, do what you've been doing to get you to this point. And at the end of the day, hopefully we'll see you secure first place and that first North American spot at the Free Fire World Series.
Hopefully, I cannot wait to get stuck into tomorrow's games. We will be revealing the full code in case, you know, you guys didn't manage to catch the start of the stream, so do not go anywhere because we'll be revealing that very, very shortly. But from myself, it's been a pleasure to be back here once again with you guys. A huge shout out to our production crew who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes to put on all the graphics, everything you're seeing on your very screens. But if you guys want some more codes for tomorrow, don't forget to tune in once again for the grand finals right here at Free Fire Pro Series. Until then, it's goodbye for now.
I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my